Book 1 of Confucian Analects. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Legge. Confucian Analects by Confucius. Translated by James Legge. Lún Yǔ, Confucian Analects. 学而第一 Book 1, 学而 第一章 子曰：学而时习之，不亦乐乎？有朋自远方来，不亦乐乎？人不知而不愠，不亦君子乎？ Chapter 1. The master said, Is it not pleasant to learn with a constant perseverance and application? Is it not delightful to have friends coming from distant quarters? Is he not a man of complete virtue who feels no discomposure, though men may take no note of him? 第二章 有子曰：其为人也孝弟，而好犯上者鲜矣；不好犯上而好作乱者，谓之有也。君子务本，本立而道生，孝弟也者，其为人之本与？ Chapter 2. The philosopher Yǒ said, There are few who, being filial and fraternal, are fond of offending against their superiors. There have been none who, not liking to offend against their superiors, have been fond of stirring up confusion. The superior man bends his attention to what is radical. That being established, all practical courses naturally grow up. Filial piety and fraternal submission, are they not the root of all benevolent actions? 第三章 子曰：巧言令色，鲜矣仁。 Chapter 3. The master said, Fine words and an insinuating appearance are seldom associated with true virtue. 第四章 曾子曰：吾日三省吾身，为人谋而不忠乎？与朋友交而不信乎？传不习乎？ Chapter 4. The philosopher Tsang said, I daily examine myself on 3 points. Whether in transacting business for others I may have been not faithful. Whether in intercourse with friends I may have been not sincere. Whether I may have not mastered and practiced the instructions of my teacher. 第五章 子曰：道千乘之国，敬事而信，节用而爱人，使民以时。 Chapter 5. The master said, To rule a country of 1,000 chariots, there must be reverent attention to business and sincerity, economy in expenditure and love for men, and the employment of the people at the proper season. 第六章 子曰：弟子入则孝，出则弟，谨而信，反爱众而亲仁，行有余力，则以学文。 Chapter 6. The master said, A youth when at home should be filial, and abroad respectful to his elders. He should be earnest and truthful. He should overflow in love to all and cultivate the friendship of the good. When he has time and opportunity, after the performance of these things, he should employ them in polite studies. 第七章 子夏曰：贤贤易色，事父母能竭其力，事君能治其身，与朋友交，言而有信。虽曰未学，吾必谓之学矣。 Chapter 7. 子夏 said, If a man withdraws his mind from the love of beauty, and applies it as sincerely to the love of the virtuous, if, in serving his parents, he can exert his utmost strength, if, in serving his prince, he can devote his life, if, in his intercourse with his friends, his words are sincere, although men say that he has not learned, I will certainly say that he has. 第八章 子曰：君子不重则不威，学则不固。主忠信，无有不如己者。 过则勿但改. Chapter 8. The Master said, If the scholars be not grave, he will not call forth any veneration, and his learning will not be solid. Hold faithfulness and sincerity as first principles. Have no friends not equal to yourself. When you have faults, do not fear to abandon them. 第9章，曾子曰：慎终追远，明德归后矣。Chapter 9. The philosopher Tsang said, Let there be a careful attention to perform the funeral rites to parents, and let them be followed when long gone with the ceremonies of sacrifice. Then the virtue of the people will resume its proper excellence. 第10章，子禽问于子贡曰：夫子至于是邦也，必闻其政，求之于，以与之于。子贡曰：夫子温良恭俭让，以得之，夫子之求之也，其主异乎人之求之与。Chapter 10. Tzu Qing asked Tzu Gong, saying, When our master comes to any country, he does not fail to learn all about its government. Does he ask his information, or is it given to him? Tzu Gong said, Our master is benign, upright, courteous, temperate, and complacent, and thus he gets his information. The master's mode of asking information, is it not different from that of other men? 11章，子曰：父在，观其志；父没，观其行。3年无改于父之道，可谓孝矣。Chapter 11. The Master said, While a man's father is alive, look at the bent of his will. When his father is dead, look at his conduct. If for 3 years he does not alter from the way of his father, he may be called filial. 12章，有子曰：礼之用，和为贵。先王之道，斯为美。小大由之。有所不行，知和而和，不以礼节之，亦不可行也。The philosopher Yu said, In practicing the rules of propriety, a natural ease is to be prized. In the ways prescribed by the ancient kings, this is the excellent quality, and in things small and great we follow them. Yet it is not to be observed in all cases. If one, knowing how such ease should be prized, manifests it, without regulating it by the rules of propriety, this likewise is not to be done. 13章，有子曰：信近于义，言可复也；恭近于礼，远耻辱也。因不失其亲，亦可宗也。Chapter 13. The philosopher Yu said, When agreements are made according to what is right, what is spoken can be made good. When respect is shown according to what is proper, one keeps far from shame and disgrace. When the parties upon whom a man learns are proper persons to be intimate with, he can make them his guides and masters. 14章，子曰：君子食无求饱，居无求安，敏于事而慎于言，就有道而正言，可谓好学也已。Chapter 14. The Master said, He who aims to be a man of complete virtue, in his food does not seek to gratify his appetite, nor in his dwelling place does he seek the appliances of ease. He is earnest in what he is doing, and careful in his speech. He frequents the company of men of principle, that he may be rectified. Such a person may be said indeed to love to learn. 15章，子贡曰：贫而无谄，富而无骄，何如？子曰：可也。未若贫而乐，富而好礼者也。子贡曰：诗云：如切如磋，如琢如磨，其斯之谓与？子曰：次也，诗可与言诗以义，告诸往而知来者。Chapter 15. Tsze Gong said, What do you pronounce concerning the poor man who yet does not flatter, and the rich man who is not proud? The master replied, "They will do, but they are not equal to him who, though poor, is yet cheerful, and to him who, though rich, loves the rules of propriety." Tsze kung replied, "It is said in the book of poetry, 'As you cut and then file, as you carve and then polish.' The meaning is the same, I apprehend, as that which you have just expressed." The master said, "With one like Tsze, I can begin to talk about the odes. I told him one point, and he knew its proper sequence." 16章 子曰："不患人之不己知，患不知人也。" Chapter 16. The master said, "I will not be afflicted at men's not knowing me. I will be afflicted that I do not know men." End of Book 1. Recording by Legge. Book 2 of Confucian Analects by Confucius. Translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 为政第二 Book 2 为政第一章子曰：为政以德，譬如北辰，居其所而众星共之。 Chapter 1. The master said, "He who exercises government by means of his virtue may be compared to the North Polar Star, which keeps its place and all the stars turn towards it." 第二章子曰：诗300，一言以蔽之，曰：思无邪。 Chapter 2. The master said, "In the book of poetry are 300 pieces, but the design of them all may be embraced in one sentence, having no depraved thoughts." 第三章子曰：道之以政，齐之以刑，民免而无耻；道之以德，齐之以礼，有耻且格。 Chapter 3. The master said, "If the people be led by laws, and uniformity sought to be given them by punishments, they will try to avoid the punishment, but have no sense of shame. If they be led by virtue, and uniformity sought to be given them by the rules of propriety, they will have the sense of shame, and moreover will become good." 第四章子曰：50有5而志于学，30而立，40而不惑，50而知天命，60而耳顺，70而从心所欲不逾矩。 Chapter 4. The master said, "At 15 I had my mind bent on learning. At 30 I stood firm. At 40 I had no doubts. At 50 I knew the decrees of heaven. At 60 my ear was an obedient organ for the reception of truth. At 70 I could follow what my heart desired without transgressing what was right." 第五章孟义子问孝，子曰：无为。樊迟欲子告之曰：孟孙问孝于我，我对曰：无为。樊迟曰：何谓也？子曰：生视之以礼，死葬之以礼，祭之以礼。 Chapter 5. Meng Yi asked what filial piety was. The master said, "It is not being disobedient." Soon after, as Fan Ch'i was driving him, the master told him, saying, "Meng Sun asked me what filial piety was, and I answered him, 'Not being disobedient.'" Fan Ch'i said, "What did you mean?" The master replied, "That parents, when alive, be served according to propriety; that, when dead, they should be buried according to propriety; and that they should be sacrificed to according to propriety." 第六章孟武伯问孝，子曰：父母为其疾之忧。 Chapter 6. Meng Wu asked what filial piety was. The master said, "Parents are anxious lest their children should be sick." 第七章子游问孝，子曰：今之孝者，是谓能养，至于犬马皆能有养，不敬何以别乎？ Chapter 7. Tsze asked what filial piety was. The Master said, "The filial piety of nowadays means the support of one's parents. But dogs and horses likewise are able to do something in the way of support. Without reference, what is there to distinguish the one support given from the other?" 第八章，子夏问孝。子曰：色难，有事弟子服其劳，有酒肆，先生传，曾是以为孝乎？ Chapter 8. Tsze asked what filial piety was. The Master said, "The difficulty is with the countenance. If, when their elders have any troublesome affairs, the young take the toil of them, and if, when the young have wine and food, they set them before their elders, is this to be considered filial piety?" 第九章，子曰：吾与回言终日，不违如愚。退而省其思，亦足以发，回也不愚。 Chapter 9. The Master said, "I have talked with Hui for a whole day, and he has not made any objection to anything I said, as if he were stupid. He has retired, and I have examined his conduct when away from me, and found him able to illustrate my teachings. Hui, he is not stupid." 第十章，子曰：视其所以，观其所由，察其所安。人焉廋哉！人焉廋哉！ Chapter 10. The Master said, "See what a man does, mark his motives, examine in what things he rests. How can a man conceal his character? How can a man conceal his character?" 11章，子曰：温故而知新，可以为师矣。 Chapter 11. The Master said, "If a man keeps cherishing his old knowledge, so as continually to be acquiring new, he may be a teacher of others." 12章，子曰：君子不器。 Chapter 12. The Master said, "The accomplished scholar is not a utensil." 13章，子贡问君子。子曰：先行其言，而后从之。 Chapter 13. Tsze asked what constituted the superior man. The Master said, "He acts before he speaks, and afterwards speaks according to his actions." 14章，子曰：君子周而不比，小人比而不周。 Chapter 14. The Master said, "The superior man is catholic and no partisan. The mean man is partisan and not catholic." 15章，子曰：学而不思则罔，思而不学则殆。 Chapter 15. The Master said, "Learning without thought is labor lost. Thought without learning is perilous." 16章，子曰：攻乎异端，斯害也已。 Chapter 16. The Master said, "The study of strange doctrines is injurious indeed." 17章，子曰：由诲汝知之乎？知之为知之，不知为不知，是知也。 Chapter 17. The Master said, "Yu, shall I teach you what knowledge is? When you know a thing, to hold that you know it; and when you do not know a thing, to allow that you do not know it. This is knowledge." 18章，子张学甘露。子曰：多闻却疑，慎言其余，则寡尤；多见观待，慎行其余，则寡悔。言寡尤，行寡悔，路在其中矣。 Chapter 18. Tsze was learning with a view to official emolument. The Master said, "Hear much, and put aside the points of which you stand in doubt, while you speak cautiously at the same time of the others. Then you will afford few occasions for blame. See much, and put aside the things which seem perilous, while you are cautious at the same time in carrying the others into practice. Then you will have few occasions for repentance. When one gives few occasions for blame in his words, and few occasions for repentance in his conduct, he is in the way to get emolument." 19章， 哀公问曰：何为则民服？孔子对曰：举直错诸枉，则民服；举枉错诸直，则民不服。Chapter 19. The Duke A asked, saying, What should be done in order to secure the submission of the people? Confucius replied, Advance the upright and set aside the crooked, then the people will submit. Advance the crooked and set aside the upright, then the people will not submit. 20章，季康子问：使民敬忠以劝，如之何？子曰：临之以庄，则敬；孝慈，则忠；举善而教不能，则劝。Chapter 20. Ji Kang asked how to cause the people to reverence their ruler, to be faithful to him, and to go on to nerve themselves to virtue. The master said, Let him preside over them with gravity. Then they will reverence him. Let him be filial and kind to all. Then they will be faithful to him. Let him advance the good and teach the incompetent. Then they will eagerly seek to be virtuous. 21章，或谓孔子曰：子奚不为政？子曰：书云孝乎？为孝有于兄弟。师于有政，是以为政。奚其为政？ Chapter 21. Someone addressed Confucius, saying, Sir, why are you not engaged in the government? The master said, What does the Shu Jing say of filial piety? You are filial, you discharge your brotherly duties. These qualities are displayed in government. This then also constitutes the exercise of government. Why must there be that, making one be in the government? 22章，子曰：人而无信，不知其可也。大车无泥，小车无月，其何以行之哉？ Chapter 22. The master said, I do not know how a man without truthfulness is to get on. How can a large carriage be made to go without the crossbar for yoking the oxen to, or a small carriage without the arrangement for yoking the horses? 23章，子张问：时事可知也？子曰：殷于下礼，所损益可知也；周殷于殷礼，所损益可知也。其或记周者，虽百世，可知也。Chapter 23. Tsz chang asked whether the affairs of 10 ages after could be known. Confucius said, The Yin dynasty followed the regulations of the Hsia, wherein it took from or added to them may be known. The Zhou dynasty has followed the regulations of Yin, wherein it took from or added to them may be known. Some other may follow the Zhou, but though it should be at the distance of 100 ages, its affairs may be known. 24章，子曰：非其鬼而祭之，谄也；见义不为，无勇也。Chapter 24. The master said, For a man to sacrifice to a spirit which does not belong to him is flattery. To see what is right and not to do it is want of courage. End of Book 2. Book 3 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 八义第三 Book 3 八义第一章，孔子谓季氏：八义五于庭，是可忍也，孰不可忍也？ Chapter 1. Confucius said of the head of the Ji family, who had 8 rows of pantomimes in his area, If he can bear to do this, what may he not bear to do? 第二章，三家者以雍彻。子曰：相为辟公，天子穆穆，奚取于三家之堂？ Chapter 2. The 3 families used the Yong ode while the vessels were being removed at the conclusion of the sacrifice. The master said, Assisting are the princes. The Son of Heaven looks profound and grave. What application can these words have in the hall of the three families? 第三章，子曰：人而不仁，如礼何？人而不仁，如乐何？ Chapter 3. The Master said, If a man be without the virtues proper to humanity, what has he to do with the rights of propriety? If a man be without the virtues proper to humanity, what has he to do with music? 第四章，临放问礼之本。子曰：大哉问！礼与其奢也，宁俭；丧与其易也，宁戚。 Chapter 4. Lin Fang asked what was the first thing to be attended to in ceremonies. The Master said, A great question indeed! In festive ceremonies, it is better to be sparing than extravagant. In the ceremonies of mourning, it is better that there be deep sorrow than a minute attention to observances. 第五章，子曰：夷狄之有君，不如诸夏之无也。 Chapter 5. The Master said, The rude tribes of the east and the north have their princes, and are not like the states of our great land which are without them. 第六章，季氏旅于泰山。子谓冉有曰：汝弗能就与？对曰：不能。子曰：呜呼！曾谓泰山不如临放乎？ Chapter 6. The chief of the Ji family was about to sacrifice to the Tai mountain. The Master said to Ran Yu, Can you not save him from this? He answered, I cannot. Confucius said, Alas, will you say that the Tai mountain is not so discerning as Lin Fang? 第七章，子曰：君子无所争，必也射乎？揖让而生，下而饮，其争也君子。 Chapter 7. The Master said, The student of virtue has no contentions. If it be said he cannot avoid them, shall this be in archery? But he bows complacently to his competitors. Thus he ascends the hall, descends, and exacts the forfeit of drinking. In his contention he is still the 君子。 第八章，子夏问曰：巧笑倩兮，美目盼兮，素以为寻兮，何为也？子曰：惠氏后素。曰：礼后乎？子曰：其余者商也，实可与言诗矣。 Chapter 8. Tsze asked, saying, What is the meaning of the passage? The pretty dimples of her artful smile, the well-defined black and white of her eye, the plain ground for the colors. The Master said, The business of laying on the colors follows the preparation of the plain ground. Ceremonies, then, are a subsequent thing? The Master said, It is Shang who can bring out my meaning. Now I can begin to talk about the oaths with him. 第九章，子曰：夏礼吾能言之，其不足争也；殷礼吾能言之，宋不足争也。文献不足故也，足则吾能争之矣。 Chapter 9. The Master said, I could describe the ceremonies of the Hsia dynasty, but Qi cannot sufficiently attest my words. I could describe the ceremonies of the Yin dynasty, but Song cannot sufficiently attest my words. They cannot do so because of the insufficiency of their records and wise men. If those were sufficient, I could adduce them in support of my words. 第十章，子曰：帝自既冠而亡者，吾不欲观之矣。 Chapter 10. The Master said, At the great sacrifice, after the pouring out of the libation, I have no wish to look on. 11章，或问帝之说。子曰：不知也。知其说者，至于天下也。其如是诸斯乎？知其长。 Chapter 11. Someone asked the meaning of the great sacrifice. The Master said, I do not know. He who knew its meaning would find it as easy to govern the kingdom as to look on this, pointing to his palm. 12章，祭如在，祭神如神在。 子曰：吾不与祭，如不祭。Chapter 12. He sacrificed to the dead as if they were present. He sacrificed to the spirits as if the spirits were present. The Master said, I consider my not being present at the sacrifice as if I did not sacrifice. 13章，王孙贾问曰：与其媚于傲，宁媚于躁，何谓也？子曰：不然，获罪于天，无所导也。Chapter 13. Wang Sun Jia asked, saying, What is the meaning of the saying, It is better to pay court to the furnace than to the southwest corner? The Master said, Not so. He who offends against heaven has none to whom he can pray. 14章，子曰：周见于二代，郁郁乎文哉！吾从周。Chapter 14. The Master said, Zhou had the advantage of viewing the two past dynasties. How complete and elegant are its regulations! I follow Zhou. 15章，子入大庙，每事问。或曰：孰谓邹人之子之礼乎？入大庙，每事问。子闻之曰：是礼也。Chapter 15. The Master, when he entered the grand temple, asked about everything. Someone said, Who will say that the son of the man of Tsou knows the rules of propriety? He has entered the grand temple and asks about everything. The Master heard the remark and said, This is a rule of propriety. 16章，子曰：射不主皮，为利不同科，古之道也。Chapter 16. The Master said, In archery, it is not going through the leather which is the principal thing, because people's strength is not equal. This was the old way. 17章，子贡欲去固朔之细阳。子曰：次也，而爱其阳，我爱其礼。Chapter 17. Tsze Kung wished to do away with the offering of a sheep connected with the inauguration of the first day of each month. The Master said, Tsze, you love the sheep, I love the ceremony. 18章，子曰：事君敬礼，人以为谄也。Chapter 18. The Master said, The full observance of the rules of propriety in serving one's prince is accounted by people to be flattery. 19章，定公问君使臣，臣事君，如之何？孔子对曰：君使臣以礼，臣事君以忠。Chapter 19. The Duke Ding asked how a prince should employ his ministers, and how ministers should serve their prince. Confucius replied, A prince should employ his minister according to the rules of propriety. Ministers should serve their prince with faithfulness. 20章，子曰：官居，乐而不淫，哀而不伤。Chapter 20. The Master said, The guanju is expressive of enjoyment without being licentious, and of grief without being hurtfully excessive. 21章，哀公问射于宰我。宰我对曰：夏后氏以松，殷人以柏，周人以栗，曰：使民战栗。子闻之曰：臣事不说，岁事不见，既往不究。Chapter 21. The Duke Ai asked Zai Wo about the altars of the spirits of the land. Zai Wo replied, The Hsia sovereign planted the pine tree about them, the men of the Yin planted the cypress, and the men of the Zhou planted the chestnut tree, meaning thereby to cause the people to be in awe. When the Master heard it, he said, Things that are done, it is needless to speak about. things that have had their course, it is needless to remonstrate about. Things that are past, it is needless to blame. 22章子曰：管仲之器小哉！或曰：管仲简乎？曰：管氏有三规，官事不赦，焉得简？然则管仲之礼乎？曰：邦君戍塞门，管氏亦戍塞门。邦君为两军之好，有反殿；管氏亦有反殿。管氏而知礼，孰不知礼？ Chapter 22. The master said, small indeed was the capacity of Guanzhong. Someone said, was Guanzhong parsimonious? Guan, was the reply, had the Sangui, and his officers performed no double duties. How can he be considered parsimonious? Then, did Guanzhong know the rules of propriety? The master said, the princes of states have a screen intercepting the view at their gates. Guan had likewise a screen at his gates. The princes of states on any friendly meeting between two of them had a stand on which to place their inverted cups. Guan had also such a stand. If Guan knew the rules of propriety, who does not know them? 23章子欲鲁太师乐曰：乐其可知也，始作奚如也？纵之，纯如也；矫如也，亦如也。已成。 Chapter 23. The master instructing the grand music master of Lu said, how to play music may be known. At the commencement of the piece, all the stars should sound together. As it proceeds, they should be in harmony while severally distinct and following without break, and thus on to the conclusion. 24章宜丰人请见，曰：君子之至于斯也，吾未尝不得见也。从者见之，出曰：二三子何患于丧乎？天下之无道也久矣，天将以夫子为木铎。 Chapter 24. The border warden at Yi requested to be introduced to the master, saying, when men of superior virtue have come to this, I have never been denied the privilege of seeing them. The followers of the sage introduced him, and when he came out from the interview, he said, my friends, why are you distressed about your master's loss of office? The kingdom has long been without the principles of truth and right. Heaven is going to use your master as a bell with its wooden tongue. 25章子谓少敬美矣，又敬善也。谓吾敬美矣，未敬善也。 Chapter 25. The master said of the Shao that it was perfectly beautiful and also perfectly good. He said of the Wu that it was perfectly beautiful but not perfectly good. 26章子曰：居上不宽，为礼不敬，临丧不哀，吾何以观之哉？ Chapter 26. The master said, high station filled without indulgent generosity, ceremonies performed without reverence, mourning conducted without sorrow, wherewith should I contemplate such ways? End of Book 3. Recording by Legge. Book 4 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 礼仁第四 Book 4. 礼仁 第一章子曰：礼仁为美，则不处人，焉得志？ Chapter 1. The master said, it is virtuous manners which constitute the excellence of a neighborhood. If a man in selecting a residence do not fix on one where such prevail, how can he be wise? 第二章子曰：不仁者，不可以久处曰，不可以长处乐。仁者安仁，智者利人。 Chapter 2. The master said, those who are without virtue cannot abide long either in a condition of poverty and hardship, or in a condition of enjoyment. The virtuous rest in virtue. The wise desire virtue. 第4章，子曰：为仁者，能好人，能恶人。Chapter 3. The Master said, "It is only the truly virtuous man who can love or who can hate others." 第4章，子曰：苟至于仁义，无恶也。Chapter 4. The Master said, "If the will be set on virtue, there will be no practice of wickedness." 第5章，子曰：富与贵，是人之所欲也，不以其道得之，不处也。贫与贱，是人之所恶也，不以其道得之，不去也。君子去仁，呜呼！臣民。君子无忠实之间为人，造次必于世，颠沛必于世。Chapter 5. The Master said, "Riches and honors are what men desire. If it cannot be obtained in the proper way, they should not be held. Poverty and meanness are what men dislike. If it cannot be avoided in the proper way, they should not be avoided." If a superior man abandon virtue, how can he fulfill the requirements of that name? The superior man does not, even for the space of a single meal, act contrary to virtue. In moments of haste, he cleaves to it. In seasons of danger, he cleaves to it. 第6章，子曰：我未见好人者，恶不仁者。好人者，无以上之。恶不仁者，其为仁义，不使不仁者加乎其身。有能一日用其力于仁义乎？我未见力不足者。盖有之矣，我未之见也。Chapter 6. The Master said, "I have not seen a person who loved a virtue, or one who hated what was not virtuous. He who loved a virtue would esteem nothing above it. He who hated what is not virtuous would practice virtue in such a way that he would not allow anything that is not virtuous to approach his person. Is anyone able for one day to apply his strength to virtue? I have not seen the case in which his strength would be insufficient. Should there possibly be any such case, I have not seen it." 第7章，子曰：人之过也，各于其党。观过，斯之仁矣。Chapter 7. The Master said, "The faults of men are characteristic of the class to which they belong. By observing a man's faults, it may be known that he is virtuous." 第8章，子曰：朝闻道，夕死可矣。Chapter 8. The Master said, "If a man in the morning hear the right way, he may die in the evening without regret." 第9章，子曰：士志于道，而耻恶衣恶食者，未足与义也。Chapter 9. The Master said, "A scholar whose mind is set on truth, and who is ashamed of bad clothes and bad food, is not fit to be discoursed with." 第10章，子曰：君子之于天下也，无敌也，无莫也，义之于彼。Chapter 10. The Master said, "The superior man in the world does not set his mind either for anything or against anything. What is right he will follow." 11章，子曰：君子怀德，小人怀土；君子怀行，小人怀惠。Chapter 11. The Master said, "The superior man thinks of virtue. The small man thinks of comfort. The superior man thinks of the sanctions of law. The small man thinks of favors which he may receive." 12章，子曰：访于利而行，多怨。Chapter 12. The Master said, "He who acts with a constant view to his own advantage will be much murmured against." 13章，子曰：能以礼让为国乎？何有？ 不能以礼让为国，如礼和。Chapter 13. The Master said, If a prince is able to govern his kingdom with the complacence proper to the rules of propriety, what difficulty will he have? If he cannot govern it with that complacence, what has he to do with the rules of propriety? 15章 子曰：深乎！吾道一以贯之。曾子曰：为。子出，门人问曰：何谓也？曾子曰：夫子之道，忠恕而已矣。Chapter 15. The Master said, Shen, my doctrine is that of an all-pervading unity. The disciple Tsang replied, Yes. The Master went out, and the other disciples asked, saying, What do his words mean? Tsang said, The doctrine of our Master is to be true to the principles of our nature, and the benevolent exercise of them to others. This and nothing more. 16章 子曰：君子喻于义，小人喻于利。Chapter 16. The Master said, The mind of the superior man is conversant with righteousness. The mind of the mean man is conversant with gain. 17章 子曰：见贤思齐焉，见不贤而内自省也。Chapter 17. The Master said, When we see men of worth, we should think of equaling them. When we see men of a contrary character, we should turn inwards and examine ourselves. 18章 子曰：视父母积谏，见志不从，又敬不违，劳而不怨。Chapter 18. The Master said, In serving his parents, a son may remonstrate with them, but gently. When he sees that they do not incline to follow his advice, he shows an increased degree of reverence, but does not abandon his purpose. And should they punish him, he does not allow himself to murmur. 19章 子曰：父母在，不远游，游必有方。Chapter 19. The Master said, While his parents are alive, the son may not go abroad to a distance. If he does go abroad, he must have a fixed place to which he goes. 20章 子曰：3年无改于父之道，可谓孝矣。Chapter 20. The Master said, If the son for 3 years does not alter from the way of his father, he may be called filial. 21章 子曰：父母之年，不可不知也。一则以喜，一则以惧。Chapter 21. The Master said, The years of parents may by no means not be kept in the memory, as an occasion at once for joy and for fear. 22章 子曰：古者言之不出，耻攻之不逮也。Chapter 22. The Master said, The reason why the ancients did not readily give utterance to their words was that they feared lest their actions should not come up to them. 23章 子曰：以约失之者鲜矣。Chapter 23. The Master said, The cautious seldom err. 24章 子曰：君子欲讷于言，而敏于行。Chapter 24. The Master said, The superior man wishes to be slow in his speech and earnest in his conduct. 25章 子曰：德不孤，必有邻。Chapter 25. The Master said, Virtue is not left to stand alone. He who practices it will have neighbors. 26章子游曰：事君硕，斯辱矣；朋友硕，斯疏矣。Chapter 26. Tsze yu said, In serving a prince, frequent remonstrances lead to disgrace. Between friends, frequent reproofs make the friendship distant. End of Book 4. Recording by Legge. Book 5 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 公冶长第五 Book 5公冶长第一章子曰公冶长可欺也虽在雷泄之中非其罪也以其子欺之子谓难容邦有道不废邦无道免于行路以其兄之子欺之 Chapter 1 The master said of Gong Ye Chang that he might be wived. Although he was put in bonds, he had not been guilty of any crime. Accordingly, he gave him his own daughter to wife. Of Nanrong, he said that if the country were well governed, he would not be out of office, and if it were ill governed, he would escape punishment and disgrace. He gave him the daughter of his own elder brother to wife. 第二章子谓子建君子在若人鲁无君子者斯焉取斯 Chapter 2 The master said of Tzu-chien, Of superior virtue indeed is such a man. If there were not virtuous men in Lu, how could this man have acquired this character? 第三章子贡问曰次也何如子曰如气也曰何气也曰胡连也 Chapter 3 Tzu Gong asked, What do you say of me, Ci? The master said, You are a utensil. What utensil? A gemmed sacrificial utensil. 第四章或曰庸也人而不佞子曰焉用佞欲人以口疾屡赠于人不知其人焉用佞 Chapter 4 Someone said, Yung is truly virtuous, but he is not ready with his tongue. The master said, What is the good of being ready with the tongue? They who encounter men with smartnesses of speech for the most part procures themselves hatred. I know not whether he be truly virtuous, but why should he show readiness of the tongue? 第五章子使七雕开示对曰吾思之未能信子曰 Chapter 5 The master was wishing Qi Diao Kai to enter an official employment. He replied, I am not yet able to rest in the assurance of this. The master was pleased. 第六章子曰道不行臣夫浮于海从我者其有与子路闻之喜子曰有也好勇过我无所取材 Chapter 6 The master said, My doctrines make no way. I will get upon a raft and float about on the sea. He that will accompany me will be Yu, I dare say. Tsz-lu hearing this was glad. Upon which the master said, Yu is fonder of daring than I am. He does not exercise his judgment upon matters. 第七章孟武伯问子路人乎子曰不知也又问子曰有也千乘之国可岂知其父也不知其人也求也何如子曰求也千世之义百乘之家可使为之宰也不知其人也赤也何如子曰赤也数代立于朝可使于宾客言也不知其人也 Chapter 7 Meng Wu asked about Tsz-lu, whether he was perfectly virtuous. The master said, I do not know. He asked again, when the master replied, In a kingdom of 1,000 chariots, Yu might be employed to manage the military levies, but I do not know whether he be perfectly virtuous. And what do you say of Qiu? The master replied, In a city of 1,000 families, or a clan of 100 chariots, Qiu might be employed as governor. But I do not know whether he is perfectly virtuous. What do you say of Ch'ih? The master replied, With his sash girt and standing in a court, Ch'ih might be employed to converse with the visitors and guests. But I do not know whether he is perfectly virtuous. 第八章 子谓子贡曰：如与回也，孰与？对曰：次也，何敢忘回？回也，闻一以知十；次也，闻一以知二。子曰：佛如也。吾与汝，佛如也。Chapter 8. The Master said to Tsz kung, Which do you consider superior, yourself or Hui? Tsz kung replied, How dare I compare myself with Hui? Hui hears one point and knows all about a subject. I hear one point and know a second. The Master said, You are not equal to him. I grant you, you are not equal to him. 第9章，宰予昼寝。子曰：朽木不可雕也，粪土之墙不可污也。予与何诸？子曰：时吾于人也，听其言而信其行；今吾于人也，听其言而观其行。予改是。Chapter 9. 宰予 being asleep during the daytime, the Master said, Rotten wood cannot be carved. A wall of dirty earth will not receive the trowel. This Yu, what is the use of my reproving him? The Master said, At first my way with men was to hear their words and give them credit for their conduct. Now my way is to hear their words and look at their conduct. It is from you that I have learned to make this change. 第10章，子曰：吾未见刚者。或对曰：生臣。子曰：臣也欲，焉得刚。Chapter 10. The Master said, I have not seen a firm and unbending man. Someone replied, There is a Shen Chen. Chen, said the Master, is under the influence of his passions. How can he be pronounced firm and unbending? 11章，子贡曰：我不欲人之加诸我也，吾亦欲无加诸人。子曰：次也，非尔所及也。Chapter 11. 子贡 said, What I do not wish men to do to me, I also wish not to do to men. The Master said, Tsz, you have not attained to that. 12章，子贡曰：夫子之文章可得而闻也，夫子之言信与天道不可得而闻也。Chapter 12. Tsz kung said, The Master's personal displays of his principles and ordinary description of them may be heard. His discourses about man's nature and the way of heaven cannot be heard. 13章，子路有闻，谓之能行，唯恐有闻。Chapter 13. When Tsz lu heard anything, if he had not yet succeeded in carrying it into practice, he was only afraid lest he should hear something else. 14章，子贡问曰：孔文子，何以谓之文也？子曰：敏而好学，不耻下问，是以谓之文也。Chapter 14. Tsz kung asked, saying, On what ground did K'ung Wen get that title of Wen? The Master said, He was of an active nature and yet fond of learning, and he was not ashamed to ask and learn of his inferiors. On these grounds he has been styled Wen. 15章，子谓子产：有君子之道四焉，其行己也公，其事上也敬，其养民也惠，其使民也义。Chapter 15. The Master said of Tsz ch'an that he had 4 of the characteristics of a superior man. In his conduct of himself, he was humble. In serving his superiors, he was respectful. In nourishing the people, he was kind. In ordering the people, he was just. 16章，子曰：言平重，善与人交，久而敬之。Chapter 16. The Master said, Yan Ping knew well how to maintain friendly intercourse. The acquaintance might be long, but he showed the same respect as at first. 17章，子曰：藏文重，居菜，山节藻捉，何如其志也？ Chapter 17. The Master said, Tsang Wan kept a large tortoise in a house, on the capitals of the pillars of which he had hills made, and with representations of duckweed on the small pillars above the beams supporting the rafters. Of what sort was his wisdom? 18章 子张问曰：令尹子闻三事为令尹，无喜色；三已之，无愠色。就令尹之政，必以告新令尹，何如？子曰：忠矣。曰：仁矣乎？曰：未之，焉得仁？崔子弑其君，臣闻子有马十乘，弃而委之。至于他邦，则曰：有吾大夫崔子也，委之。至一邦，则又曰：有吾大夫崔子也，委之，何如？子曰：亲矣。曰：仁矣乎？曰：未之，焉得仁？Chapter 18. Tsze chang asked, saying, The minister Tsze wan thrice took office, and manifested no joy in his countenance. Thrice he retired from office, and manifested no displeasure. He made it a point to inform the new minister of the way in which he had conducted the government. What do you say of him? The master replied, He was loyal. Was he perfectly virtuous? I do not know. How can he be pronounced perfectly virtuous? Tsze chang proceeded. When the officer Cui killed the prince of Qi, Chen Wen, though he was the owner of 40 horses, abandoned them and left the country. Coming to another state, he said, They are here like our great officer Cui, and left it. He came to a second state, and with the same observation left it also. What do you say of him? The master replied, He was pure. Was he perfectly virtuous? I do not know. How can he be pronounced perfectly virtuous? 19章 季文子三思而后行。子闻之曰：在思可矣。Chapter 19. Ji Wen thought thrice and then acted. When the master was informed of it, he said, Twice may do. 20章 子曰：宁无子，邦有道则治，邦无道则愚。其治可及也，其愚不可及也。Chapter 20. The master said, When good order prevailed in his country, Ning Wu acted the part of a wise man. When his country was in disorder, he acted the part of a stupid man. Others may equal his wisdom, but they cannot equal his stupidity. 21章 子在臣曰：归于归于，吾党之小子狂简，斐然成章，不知所以裁之。Chapter 21. When the master was in Chen, he said, Let me return, let me return. The little children of my school are ambitious and too hasty. They are accomplished and complete so far, but they do not know how to restrict and shape themselves. 22章 子曰：伯夷叔齐，不念旧恶，愿是用兮。Chapter 22. The master said, Bo Yi and Shu Qi did not keep the former wickedness of men in mind, and hence the resentments directed towards them were few. 23章 子曰：孰谓微生高直？或其息焉，起竹林而与之。Chapter 23. The master said, Who says of Wei Sheng Gao that he is upright? One begged some vinegar of him, and he begged it of a neighbor and gave it to the man. 24章 子曰：巧言令色，足弓，左丘明耻之，丘亦耻之。逆怨而有其人，左丘明耻之，丘亦耻之。Chapter 24. The master said, Fine words, an insinuating appearance, and excessive respect. Zuo Qiuming was ashamed of them. I also am ashamed of them. To conceal resentment against a person, and appear friendly with him. Zuo Qiuming was ashamed of such conduct. I also am ashamed of it. 25章 颜渊记录事。子曰：何各言而至？子路曰：愿车马衣轻裘与朋友共，比之而无憾。颜渊曰：愿无伐善，无失劳。子路曰：愿闻子之志。子曰：老者安之，朋友信之，少者怀之。Chapter 25. Yen Yuan and Ji Lu being by his side, the master said to them, Come, let each of you tell his wishes. Tsze lu said, I should like, having chariots and horses and light fur dresses, to share them with my friends, and though they should spoil them, I would not be displeased. Yen Yuan said, I should like not to boast of my excellence, nor to make a display of my meritorious deeds. Tsze lu then said, I should like, sir, to hear your wishes. The master said, They are in regard to the aged, to give them rest; in regard to friends, to show them sincerity; in regard to the young, to treat them tenderly. 26章。子曰：已矣乎！吾未见能见其过而内自颂者也。Chapter 26. The master said, It is all over. I have not yet seen one who could perceive his faults and inwardly accuse himself. 27章。子曰：时事之义必有忠信，如丘者焉，不如丘之好学也。Chapter 27. The master said, In a hamlet of 10 families, there may be found one honorable and sincere as I am, but not so fond of learning. End of Book 5. Recording by Legge. Book 6 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 雍也第六 Book 6 雍也第一章。子曰：雍也可使南面。仲公问子桑伯子。子曰：可也，简。仲公曰：居敬而行俭，以临其民，不亦可乎？居简而行俭，吾乃太简乎？子曰：雍之言然。Chapter 1. The master said, There is Yung. He might occupy the place of a prince. 仲公 asked about Zi Sang Bo Zi. The master said, He may pass. He does not mind small matters. 仲公 said, If a man cherish in himself a reverential feeling of the necessity of attention to business, though he may be easy in small matters in his government of the people, that may be allowed. But if he cherish in himself that easy feeling, and also carry it out in his practice, is not such an easy mode of procedure excessive? The master said, Yong's words are right. 第二章。哀公问弟子孰为好学？孔子对曰：有颜回者好学，不迁怒，不贰过，不幸短命死矣。今也则无，未闻好学者也。Chapter 2. The Duke Ai asked which of the disciples loved to learn. Confucius replied to him, There was Yan Hui. He loved to learn. He did not transfer his anger. He did not repeat a fault. Unfortunately, his appointed time was short and he died, and now there is not such another. I have not yet heard of anyone who loves to learn as he did. 第三章。子华始于齐，冉子为其母请诉。子曰：与之辅。请义曰：与之与。冉子与之诉无柄。子曰：赤之是其也，乘肥马，衣轻裘。吾闻之也，君子周疾，不计父。元思为之宰，与之诉900，辞。子曰：勿，以与尔邻里相党乎？Chapter 3. Tsze Hua being employed on a mission to Qi, the disciple Ran requested grain for his mother. The master said, Give her a fu. Ran requested more. Give her an yu, said the master. then gave her 5 ping. The master said, when Ch'ih was proceeding to Qi, he had fat horses to his carriage and wore light furs. I have heard that a superior man helps the distressed, but does not add to the wealth of the rich. Yuan Si being made governor of his town by the master, he gave him 900 measures of grain, but Si declined them. The master said, do not decline them. May you not give them away in the neighborhoods, hamlets, towns, and villages? 第4章，子谓仲弓曰：犁牛之子心且巧，虽欲勿用，山川其舍诸。Chapter 4. The master, speaking of Zhonggong, said, if the calf of a brindled cow be red and horned, although men may not wish to use it, would the spirits of the mountains and rivers put it aside? 第5章，子曰：回也，其行3月不为人，其余则日月至焉而已矣。Chapter 5. The master said, such was Hui, that for 3 months there would be nothing in his mind contrary to perfect virtue. The others may attain to this on some days or in some months, but nothing more. 第6章，季康子问仲由：可使从政也与？子曰：由也果，于从政乎何有？曰：次也，可使从政也与？曰：次也达，与从政乎何有？曰：求也，可使从政也与？曰：求也义，与从政乎何有？ Chapter 6. Ji Kang asked about Zhong Yu, whether he was fit to be employed as an officer of government. The master said, Yu is a man of decision. What difficulty would he find in being an officer of government? Kang asked, is Ci fit to be employed as an officer of government? And was answered, Ci is a man of intelligence. What difficulty would he find in being an officer of government? And to the same question about Qiu, the master gave the same reply, saying, Qiu is a man of various ability. 第7章，季氏使闵子骞为密宰。闵子骞曰：善为我辞焉，如有负我者，则吾必在问上矣。Chapter 7. The chief of the Qi family sent to ask Ming Ziqian to be governor of Mi. Ming Ziqian said, decline the offer from me politely. If anyone come again to me with a second invitation, I shall be obliged to go and live on the banks of the Wen. 第8章，伯牛有疾，子问之，自有执其手，曰：吾之命亦夫！斯人也而有斯己也，斯人也而有斯己也。Chapter 8. Bo Niu being ill, the master went to ask for him. He took hold of his hand through the window and said, it is killing him. It is the appointment of heaven, alas, that such a man should have such a sickness, that such a man should have such a sickness. 第9章，子曰：贤哉回也！一箪食，一瓢饮，在陋巷，人不堪其忧，回也不改其乐。贤哉回也！ Chapter 9. The master said, admirable indeed was the virtue of Hui. With a single bamboo dish of rice, a single gourd dish of drink, and living in his mean narrow lane, while others could not have endured the distress, he did not allow his joy to be affected by it. Admirable indeed was the virtue of Hui. 第10章，然求曰：非不悦子之道，力不足也。子曰：力不足者，中道而废，今汝化。Chapter 10. Ran Qiu said, it is not that I do not delight in your doctrines, but my strength is insufficient. The master said, those whose strength is insufficient give over in the middle of the way, but now you limit yourself. 11章，子谓子夏曰：汝为君子如，吾为小人如。Chapter 11. The master said to Zixia, do you be a scholar after the style of the superior man, and not after that of the mean man. 12章，子游为武臣宰。子曰：汝得人焉而乎？ 曰：有澹台灭明者，行不由径，非公事，未尝至焉之是也。Chapter 12. Tsz yu being governor of Wucheng, the master said to him, Have you got good men there? He answered, There is Tan tai Mie Ming, who never in walking takes a short cut, and never comes to my office excepting on public business. 13章 子曰：孟之反不伐，奔而殿，将入门，策其马，曰：非敢后也，马不进也。Chapter 13. The master said, Meng Zhifan does not boast of his merit. Being in the rear on an occasion of flight, when they were about to enter the gate, he whipped up his horse, saying, It is not that I dare to be last, my horse will not advance. 14章子曰：不有柱陀之佞，而有宋朝之美，难乎免于今之事矣。Chapter 14. The master said, Without the precious speech of the litanist Tuo, and the beauty of the Prince Chao of Song, it is difficult to escape in the present age. 15章子曰：谁能出不由户？何莫由私道也。Chapter 15. The master said, Who can go out but by the door? How is it that men will not walk according to these ways? 16章子曰：智胜文则也，文胜智则始，文质彬彬，然后君子。Chapter 16. The master said, Where the solid qualities are in excess of accomplishments, we have rusticity. Where the accomplishments are in excess of the solid qualities, we have the manner of a clerk. When the accomplishments and solid qualities are equally blended, we then have the man of virtue. 17章子曰：人之生也直，往之生也信而免。Chapter 17. The master said, Man is born for uprightness. If a man lose his uprightness, and yet live, his escape from death is the effect of mere good fortune. 18章子曰：知之者不如好之者，好之者不如乐之者。Chapter 18. The master said, They who know the truth are not equal to those who love it, and they who love it are not equal to those who delight in it. 19章子曰：中人以上可以欲上也，中人以下不可以欲上也。Chapter 19. The master said, To those whose talents are above mediocrity, the highest subjects may be announced. To those who are below mediocrity, the highest subjects may not be announced. 20章樊迟问智，子曰：物明之义，敬鬼神而远之，可谓智矣。问仁，曰：仁者先难而后获，可谓仁矣。Chapter 20. Fan Ch'i asked what constituted wisdom. The master said, To give one's self earnestly to the duties due to men, and, while respecting spiritual beings, to keep aloof from them, may be called wisdom. He asked about perfect virtue. The master said, The man of virtue makes the difficulty to be overcome his first business, and success only a subsequent consideration. This may be called perfect virtue. 21章子曰：智者要水，仁者要山，智者动，仁者静，智者乐，仁者寿。Chapter 21. The master said, The wise find pleasure in water, the virtuous find pleasure in hills. The wise are active, the virtuous are tranquil. The wise are joyful, the virtuous are long-lived. 22章子曰：其一辩至于鲁，鲁一辩止于道。Chapter 22. The master said, Qi by one change would come to the state of Lu. Lu by one change would come to a state where the principles predominated. 23章子曰： 孤不孤，孤哉孤哉. Chapter 23. The Master said, A cornered vessel without corners. A strange cornered vessel, a strange cornered vessel. 24章. 宰我问曰：仁者虽告之曰：仅有仁焉，其从之也？子曰：何为其然也？君子可视也，不可陷也；可欺也，不可亡也。Chapter 24. 宰我 asked, saying, A benevolent man, though it be told him, There is a man in the well, will go in after him, I suppose. Confucius said, Why should he do so? A superior man may be made to go to the well, but he cannot be made to go down into it. He may be imposed upon, but he cannot be fooled. 25章. 子曰：君子博学于文，约之以礼，亦可以佛叛矣夫。Chapter 25. The Master said, The superior man, extensively studying all learning, and keeping himself under the restraint of the rules of propriety, may thus likewise not overstep what is right. 26章. 子见男子，子路不悦。夫子视之曰：予所否之，天厌之，天厌之。Chapter 26. The Master having visited Nanzi, Tsz-lu was displeased; on which the Master swore, saying, Wherein I have done improperly, may heaven reject me! May heaven reject me! 27章. 子曰：中庸之为德也，其志一乎！民贤久矣。Chapter 27. The Master said, Perfect is the virtue which is according to the constant mean. Rare for a long time has been its practice among the people. 28章. 子贡曰：如有博士于民，而能济众，何如？可谓仁乎？子曰：何事于人？必也甚乎！尧舜其犹病诸？夫仁者，己欲立而立人，己欲达而达人。能进取辟，可谓仁之方也矣。Chapter 28. Tsz kung said, Suppose the case of a man extensively conferring benefits on the people, and able to assist all, what would you say of him? Might he be called perfectly virtuous? The Master said, Why speak only of virtue in connection with him? Must he not have the qualities of a sage? Even Yao and Shun were still solicitous about this. Now the man of perfect virtue, wishing to be established himself, seeks also to establish others. Wishing to be enlarged himself, he seeks also to enlarge others. To be able to judge of others by what is nigh in ourselves, this may be called the art of virtue. End of Book 6. Recording by Li Jing. Book 7 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 述而第七 Book 7. 述而 第一章 子曰：述而不作，信而好古，窃必于我老彭。 Chapter 1. The Master said, A transmitter and not a maker, believing in and loving the ancients, I venture to compare myself with our old Peng. 第二章 子曰：默而志之，学而不厌，诲人不倦，何有于我哉？ Chapter 2. The Master said, The silent treasuring up of knowledge, learning without satiety, and instructing others without being wearied, which one of these things belongs to me? 第三章 子曰：德之不修，学之不讲，文艺不能习，不善不能改，是无忧也。 Chapter 3. The Master said, The leaving virtue without proper cultivation, the not thoroughly discussing what is learned, not being able to move towards righteousness of which a knowledge is gained, and not being able to change what is not good. These are the things which occasion me solicitude. 第4章 子之焉居深深如也夭夭如也 Chapter 4 When the master was unoccupied with business, his manner was easy, and he looked pleased. 第5章子曰甚矣吾衰也久矣吾不复梦见周公 Chapter 5 The master said, Extreme is my decay. For a long time I have not dreamed, as I was wont to do, that I saw the Duke of Zhou. 第6章子曰志于道据于德依于仁游于义 Chapter 6 The master said, Let the will be set on the path of duty. Let every attainment in what is good be firmly grasped. Let perfect virtue be accorded with. Let relaxation and enjoyment be found in the polite arts. 第7章子曰自行数修以上吾未尝无讳言 Chapter 7 The master said, From the man bringing his bundle of dried flesh for my teaching upwards, I have never refused instruction to anyone. 第8章子曰不愤不启不悱不发举一语不以三语反则不复也 Chapter 8 The master said, I do not open up the truth to one who is not eager to get knowledge, nor help out anyone who is not anxious to explain himself. When I have presented one corner of a subject to anyone, and he cannot from it learn the other three, I do not repeat my lesson. 第9章子嗣于有丧者之侧未尝饱也子于是日哭则不歌 Chapter 9 When the master was eating by the side of a mourner, he never ate to the full. He did not sing on the same day in which he had been weeping. 第10章子谓颜渊曰用之则行舍之则藏唯我与尔有是夫子路曰子行三军则谁与子曰抱虎逢河死而无悔者吾不与也必也临事而惧好谋而成者也 Chapter 10 The master said to Yan Yuan, when called to office to undertake its duties, when not so called, to lie retired. It is only I and you who have attained to this. Tsz lu said, If you had the conduct of the armies of a great state, whom would you have to act with you? The master said, I would not have him to act with me who will unarmed attack a tiger, or cross a river without a boat, dying without any regret. My associate must be the man who proceeds to action full of solicitude, who is fond of adjusting his plans, and then carries them into execution. 11章子曰富而可求也虽执鞭之事无亦为之如不可求从无所好 Chapter 11 The master said, If the search for riches is sure to be successful, though I should become a groom with whip in hand to get them, I will do so. As the search may not be successful, I will follow after that which I love. 12章子之所慎斋战疾 Chapter 12 The things in reference to which the master exercised the greatest caution were fasting, war, and sickness. 13章子在其闻少3月不知肉味曰不图为悦之至于斯也 Chapter 13 When the master was in Qi, he heard the shao, and for 3 months did not know the taste of flesh. I did not think, he said, that music could have been so excellent as this. 14章然有曰夫子为魏君乎子贡曰诺吾将问之入曰伯夷叔齐何人也曰 古之贤人也。曰：怨乎？曰：求人而得人，又何怨？出曰：夫子不为也。Chapter 14. Ran Yu said, Is our master for the ruler of Wei? Tsz kung said, Oh, I will ask him. He went in accordingly, and said, What sort of men were Po yi and Shu qi? They were ancient worthies, said the master. Did they have any repinings because of their cause? The master again replied, They sought to act virtuously, and they did so. What was there for them to repine about? On this, Tsz kung went out and said, Our master is not for him. 15章，子曰：饭疏食饮水，取功而枕之，乐亦在其中矣。不义而富且贵，于我如浮云。Chapter 15. The master said, With coarse rice to eat, with water to drink, and my bended arm for pillow, I have still joy in the midst of these things. Riches and honors acquired by unrighteousness are to me as a floating cloud. 16章，子曰：假我数年，50以学艺，可以无大过矣。Chapter 16. The master said, If some years were added to my life, I would give 50 to the study of the Yi, and then I might come to be without great faults. 17章，子所雅言，诗、书、执礼，皆雅言也。Chapter 17. The master's frequent themes of discourse were the odes, the history, and the maintenance of the rules of propriety. On all these he frequently discoursed. 18章，社公问孔子与子路，子路不对。子曰：汝昔不曰，其为人也，发愤忘食，乐以忘忧，不知老之将至云耳。Chapter 18. The Duke of She asked Tsz lu about Confucius, and Tsz lu did not answer him. The master said, Why did you not say to him, He is simply a man, who in his eager pursuit of knowledge forgets his food, who in the joy of its attainment forgets his sorrows, and who does not perceive that old age is coming on? 19章，子曰：我非生而知之者，好故民以求之者也。Chapter 19. The master said, I am not one who was born in the possession of knowledge. I am one who is fond of antiquity, and earnest in seeking it there. 20章，子不语怪、厉、乱、神。Chapter 20. The subjects on which the master did not talk were extraordinary things, feats of strength, disorder, and spiritual beings. 21章，子曰：三人行，必有我师焉。择其善者而从之，其不善者而改之。Chapter 21. The master said, When I walk along with 2 others, they may serve me as my teachers. I will select their good qualities and follow them, their bad qualities and avoid them. 22章，子曰：天生得与鱼，还颓其辱于何？ Chapter 22. The master said, Heaven produced the virtue that is in me. 还颓, what can he do to me? 23章，子曰：二三子，以我为隐乎？吾无隐乎耳。吾无行而不与二三子者，是丘也。Chapter 23. The master said, Do you think, my disciples, that I have any concealments? I conceal nothing from you. There is nothing which I do that is not shown to you, my disciples. That is my way. 24章，子以四教，文、行、忠、信。Chapter 24. there were 4 things which the Master taught: letters, ethics, devotion of soul, and truthfulness. 25章，子曰：圣人无不得而见之矣，得见君子者斯可矣。子曰：善人无不得而见之矣，得见有恒者斯可矣。无而为有，虚而为盈，约而为泰，难乎有恒矣。 Chapter 25. The Master said, A sage it is not mine to see. Could I see a man of real talent and virtue, that would satisfy me. The Master said, A good man it is not mine to see. Could I see a man possessed of constancy, that would satisfy me. Having not and yet affecting to have, empty and yet affecting to be full, straitened and yet affecting to be at ease, it is difficult with such characteristics to have constancy. 26章，子钓而不网，亦不涉宿。 Chapter 26. The Master angled, but did not use a net. He shot, but not at birds perching. 27章，子曰：盖有不知而作之者，我无是也。多闻，择其善者而从之；多见而识之，知之次也。 Chapter 27. The Master said, There may be those who act without knowing why. I do not do so. Hearing much and selecting what is good and following it, seeing much and keeping it in memory, this is the second style of knowledge. 28章，互相难语言。童子见，门人惑。子曰：与其进也，不与其退也。为何甚？人竭己以尽，与其竭也，不保其亡也。 Chapter 28. It was difficult to talk profitably and reputably with the people of Huxiang, and a lad of that place having had an interview with the Master, the disciples doubted. The Master said, I admit people's approach to me, without committing myself as to what they may do when they have retired. Why must one be so severe? If a man purify himself to wait upon me, I receive him so purified, without guaranteeing his past conduct. 29章，子曰：人远乎哉？我欲人斯人至矣。 Chapter 29. The Master said, Is virtue a thing remote? I wish to be virtuous, and lo, virtue is at hand. 30章，陈思拜问昭公知礼乎？孔子曰：知礼。孔子退，依乌马期而进之，曰：吾闻君子不党，君子亦党乎？君取于吾为同姓，谓之吾孟子。君而知礼，孰不知礼？乌马期以告。子曰：丘也信，苟有过，人必知之。 Chapter 30. The minister of crime of Ch'in asked whether the Duke Zhao knew propriety. And Confucius said, he knew propriety. Confucius having retired, the minister bowed to Wu Ma-Chi to come forward, and said, I have heard that the superior man is not a partisan. May the superior man be a partisan also? The prince married a daughter of the house of Wu, of the same surname with himself, and called her the elder Zi of Wu. If the prince knew propriety, who does not know it? Wu Ma-Chi reported these remarks, and the Master said, I am fortunate. If I have any errors, people are sure to know them. 31章，子与人歌而善，必使反之，而后贺之。 Chapter 31. When the Master was in company with a person who was singing, if he sang well, he would make him repeat the song, while he accompanied it with his own voice. 32章，子曰：闻莫吾由人也，躬行君子，则吾谓之有德。Chapter 32. The Master said, "In letters I am perhaps equal to other men, but the character of the superior man, carrying out in his conduct what he professes, is what I have not yet attained to." 33章，子曰：若圣与人，则无其感；亦委之不厌，诲人不倦，则可谓云而已矣。公西华曰：正为弟子不能学也。Chapter 33. The Master said, "The sage and the man of perfect virtue, how dare I rank myself with them? It may simply be said of me that I strive to become such without satiety, and teach others without weariness." Kung Hsi Hua said, "This is just what we, the disciples, cannot imitate you in." 34章，子疾病。子路请导。子曰：有诸。子路对曰：有之。累曰：导尔于上下神奇。子曰：秋之道久矣。Chapter 34. The Master being very sick, Tsz lu asked leave to pray for him. He said, "May such a thing be done?" Tsz lu replied, "It may. In the eulogies it is said, 'Prayer has been made for thee to the spirits of the upper and lower worlds.'" The Master said, "My praying has been for a long time." 35章，子曰：奢则不逊，俭则固。与其不逊也，宁固。Chapter 35. The Master said, "Extravagance leads to insubordination, and parsimony to meanness. It is better to be mean than to be insubordinate." 36章，子曰：君子坦荡荡，小人长戚戚。Chapter 36. The Master said, "The superior man is satisfied and composed. The mean man is always full of distress." 37章，子温而立，威而不猛，恭而安。Chapter 37. The Master was mild and yet dignified, majestic and yet not fierce, respectful and yet easy. End of Book 7. Recording by Li Jing. Book 9 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 子罕第九 Book 9. 子罕第一章，子罕严厉，与命，与人。Chapter 1. The subjects of which the Master seldom spoke were profitableness, and also the appointments of heaven, and perfect virtue. 第二章，达象党人曰：大哉孔子，博学而无所成名。子闻之，谓门弟子曰：吾何直？直欲乎？直射乎？吾直欲矣。Chapter 2. A man of the village of Da-xiang said, "Great indeed is the philosopher K'ung. His learning is extensive, and yet he does not render his name famous by any particular thing." The Master heard the observation, and said to his disciples, "What should I practice? Should I practice charioteering, or should I practice archery? I will practice charioteering." 第三章，子曰：马冕礼也，今也纯，简，吾从众。拜下礼也，今拜乎上，泰也，虽远重，吾从下。Chapter 3. The Master said, "The linen cap is that prescribed by the rules of ceremony, but now a silk one is worn. It is economical, and I follow the common practice." The rules of ceremony prescribe the bowing below the hall, but now the practice is to bow only after ascending it. That is arrogant. I continue to bow below the hall, though I oppose the common practice. 第4章子绝嗣勿义勿弊勿故勿我 Chapter 4. There were 4 things from which the master was entirely free. He had no foregone conclusions, no arbitrary predeterminations, no obstinacy, and no egoism. 第5章子谓于匡曰：文王寂寞，文不在兹乎？天之将丧斯文也，后死者不得语于斯文也。天之未丧斯文也，匡人其如于何？ Chapter 5. The master was put in fear in Kwang. He said, after the death of King Wen, was not the cause of truth lodged here in me? If heaven had wished to let this cause of truth perish, then I, a future mortal, should not have got such a relation to that cause. While heaven does not let the cause of truth perish, what can the people of Kwang do to me? 第6章太宰问于子贡曰：夫子圣者于，何其多能也？子贡曰：故天纵之将胜，又多能也。子闻之曰：太宰知我乎？吾少也见，故多能比视。君子多乎哉？不多也。劳曰：子云：吾不是，故异。 Chapter 6. A high officer asked Tsz kung, saying, May we not say that your master is a sage? How various is his ability! Tsz kung said, Certainly heaven has endowed him unlimitedly. He is about a sage, and, moreover, his ability is various. The master heard of the conversation and said, Does the high officer know me? When I was young, my condition was low, and therefore I acquired my ability in many things, but they were mean matters. Must the superior man have such variety of ability? He does not need variety of ability. Lao said, The master said, Having no official employment, I acquired many arts. 第7章子曰：吾有志乎哉？吾志也。有比夫问于我，空空如也，我扣其两端而结焉。 Chapter 7. The master said, Am I indeed possessed of knowledge? I am not knowing. But if a mean person, who appears quite empty-like, ask anything of me, I set it forth from one end to the other, and exhaust it. 第8章子曰：凤鸟不至，何不出图？吾以一乎。 Chapter 8. The master said, The fawn bird does not come, the river sends forth no map. It is all over with me. 第9章子见自摧者，免衣伤者，与古者，见之虽少必作，过之必趋。 Chapter 9. When the master saw a person in a morning dress, or anyone with the cap and upper and lower garments of full dress, or a blind person, on observing them approaching, though they were younger than himself, he would rise up, and if he had to pass by them, he would do so hastily. 第10章颜渊岿然叹曰：仰之弥高，钻之弥坚，瞻之在前，呼延在后。夫子循循然善诱人，博我以文，约我以礼。欲罢不能，既竭吾才，如有所立卓尔，虽欲从之，莫由也已。 Chapter 10. Yen Yuan, in admiration of the master's doctrines, sighed and said, I looked up to them, and they seemed to become more high. I tried to penetrate them, and they seemed to become more firm. I looked at them before me, and suddenly they seemed to be behind. The master, by orderly method, skillfully leads men on. He enlarged my mind with learning, and taught me the restraints of propriety. When I wish to give over the study of his doctrines, I cannot do so, and having exerted all my ability, there seems something to stand right up before me. But though I wish to follow and lay hold of it, I really find no way to do so. 11章，子疾病，子路使门人为臣。并兼曰：久矣哉，由之行诈也！无臣而为有臣，吾谁欺？欺天乎？且于其死于臣之手也，吾宁死于二三子之手乎？且于纵不得大葬，于死于道路乎？ Chapter 11. The master being very ill, Tsz lu wished the disciples to act as ministers to him. During a remission of his illness, he said, "Long has the conduct of Yu been deceitful. By pretending to have ministers when I have them not, whom should I impose upon? Should I impose upon heaven? Moreover, than that I should die in the hands of ministers, is it not better that I should die in the hands of you, my disciples? And though I may not get a great burial, should I die upon the road?" 12章，子贡曰：有美玉于斯，运度而藏诸，求善古而孤诸。子曰：孤之哉，孤之哉！我待古者也。Chapter 12. Tsz kung said, "There is a beautiful gem here. Should I lay it up in a case and keep it? Or should I seek for a good price and sell it?" The master said, "Sell it, sell it! But I would wait for one to offer the price." 13章，子欲居九夷。或曰：陋汝之何？子曰：君子居之，何陋之有？ Chapter 13. The master was wishing to go and live among the 9 wild tribes of the East. Someone said, "They are rude. How can you do such a thing?" The master said, "If a superior man dwelt among them, what rudeness would there be?" 14章，子曰：吾自卫反鲁，然后乐正，雅颂各得其所。Chapter 14. The master said, "I returned from Wei to Lu, and then the music was reformed, and the pieces in the royal songs and praise songs all found their proper places." 15章，子曰：出则事公卿，入则事父兄，丧事不敢不免，不为久困，何有于我哉？ Chapter 15. The master said, "Abroad, to serve the high ministers and nobles; at home, to serve one's father and elder brothers; in all duties to the dead, not to dare not to exert one's self, and not to be overcome of wine. Which one of these things do I attain to?" 16章，子在川上曰：逝者如斯夫，不舍昼夜。Chapter 16. The master standing by a stream said, "It passes on just like this, not ceasing day or night." 17章，子曰：吾未见好德如好色者也。Chapter 17. The master said, "I have not seen one who loves virtue as he loves beauty." 18章，子曰：譬如围山，未成一篑，知无止也；譬如平地，虽覆一篑，进吾往也。Chapter 18. The master said, "The prosecution of learning may be compared to what may happen in raising a mound. If there want but one basket of earth to complete the work, and I stop, the stopping is my own work. It may be compared to throwing down the earth on the level ground. Though but one basketful is thrown at a time, the advancing with it is my own going forward." 19章，子曰：欲之而不惰者，其回也与。Chapter 19. The master said, "Never flagging when I set forth anything to him. Ah, that is 回。20章，子谓颜渊曰：惜乎！吾见其进也，未见其止也。Chapter 20. The master said of Yen Yuan, Alas, I saw his constant advance. I never saw him stopping his progress. 21章，子曰：苗而不秀者有一夫，秀而不实者有一夫。Chapter 21. The Master said, "There are cases in which the blade springs, but the plant does not go on to flower. There are cases where it flowers, but no fruit is subsequently produced." 22章，子曰：后生可畏，焉知来者之不如今也？40、50而无闻焉，斯亦不足畏也已。Chapter 22. The Master said, "A youth is to be regarded with respect. How do we know that his future will not be equal to our present? If he reach the age of 40 or 50, and has not made himself heard of, then indeed he will not be worth being regarded with respect." 23章，子曰：法语之言，能无从乎？改之为贵。训语之言，能无悦乎？义之为贵。悦而不义，从而不改，吾莫如之何也已矣。Chapter 23. The Master said, "Can men refuse to assent to the words of strict admonition? But it is reforming the conduct, because of them, which is valuable. Can men refuse to be pleased with words of gentle advice? But it is unfolding their aim which is valuable. If a man be pleased with these words, but does not unfold their aim, and assents to those, but does not reform his conduct, I can really do nothing with him." 24章，子曰：主忠信，物有不如己者，过则勿惮改。Chapter 24. The Master said, "Hold faithfulness and sincerity as first principles. Have no friends not equal to yourself. When you have faults, do not fear to abandon them." 25章，子曰：三军可夺帅也，匹夫不可夺志也。Chapter 25. The Master said, "The commander of the forces of a large state may be carried off, but the will of even a common man cannot be taken from him." 26章，子曰：依彼运袍，与依胡落者立，而不耻者，其有也与？不志不求，何用不臧？子路终身诵之。子曰：是道也，何足以臧？Chapter 26. The Master said, dressed himself in a tattered robe quilted with hemp, yet standing by the side of a man dressed in furs, and not ashamed. Ah, it is Yu who is equal to this. He dislikes none, he covets nothing. What can he do but what is good? Tsz lu kept continually repeating these words of the Ode, when the Master said, "Those things are by no means sufficient to constitute perfect excellence." 27章，子曰：岁寒，然后知松柏之后凋也。Chapter 27. The Master said, "When the year becomes cold, then we know how the pine and the cypress are the last to lose their leaves." 28章，子曰：智者不惑，仁者不忧，勇者不惧。Chapter 28. The Master said, "The wise are free from perplexities, the virtuous from anxiety, and the bold from fear." 29章，子曰：可与共学，未可与士道；可与士道，未可与利；可与利，未可与权。Chapter 29. The Master said, "There are some with whom we may study in common, but we shall find them unable to go along with us to principles. Perhaps we may go on with them to principles, but we shall find them unable to get established in those along with us. Or, if we may get so established along with them, we shall find them unable to weigh occurring events along with us." 30章，唐立之华，偏其反耳，其不尔思，事事远耳。子曰：未之思也，为何远之有 Chapter 30. How the flowers of the aspen plum flutter and turn! Do I not think of you? But your house is distant. The Master said, "It is the want of thought about it. How is it distant?" End of Book 9. Recording by Li Jing. Book 10 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 乡党第10 Book 10乡党第1章孔子与乡党栩栩如也，死不能言者，其在宗庙朝廷便便然为谨耳。 Chapter 1. Confucius in his village looked simple and sincere, and as if he were not able to speak. When he was in the prince's ancestorial temple, or in the court, he spoke minutely on every point, but cautiously. 第2章朝与下大夫言，侃侃如也；与上大夫言，盈盈如也。君在，卒疾如也，语语如也。 Chapter 2. When he was waiting at court, in speaking with the great officers of the lower grade, he spoke freely, but in a straightforward manner. In speaking with those of the higher grade, he did so blandly, but precisely. When the ruler was present, his manner displayed respectful uneasiness. It was grave, but self-possessed. 第3章君朝使病，色薄如也，足厥如也。依所与力，左右手，依前后，搀如也。趋近，亦如也。兵退，必复命曰：兵不顾矣。 Chapter 3. When the prince called him to employ him in the reception of a visitor, his countenance appeared to change, and his legs to move forward with difficulty. He inclined himself to the other officers among whom he stood, moving his left or right arm as their position required, but keeping the skirts of his robe before and behind evenly adjusted. He hastened forward, with his arms like the wings of a bird. When the guest had retired, he would report to the prince, "The visitor is not turning round any more." 第4章入宫门，居躬如也，如不容；立不中门，行不履欲。过位，色薄如也，足厥如也，其言似不足者。设资升堂，居躬如也，屏气似不息者。出降一等，逞颜色，夷夷如也。末阶趋近，亦如也。复其位，卒疾如也。 Chapter 4. When he entered the palace gate, he seemed to bend his body as if it were not sufficient to admit him. When he was standing, he did not occupy the middle of the gateway. When he passed in or out, he did not tread upon the threshold. When he was passing the vacant place of the prince, his countenance appeared to change, and his legs to bend under him, and his words came as if he hardly had breath to utter them. He ascended the reception hall, holding up his robe with both his hands, and his body bent, holding in his breath also, as if he dared not breathe. When he came out from the audience, as soon as he had descended one step, he began to relax his countenance, and had a satisfied look. When he had got to the bottom of the steps, he advanced rapidly to his place, with his arms like wings, and on occupying it, his manner still showed respectful uneasiness. 第5章直规，居躬如也，如不胜；上如衣，下如兽；薄如战色，足簌簌如有寻。详礼，有容色；思敌，于于如也。 Chapter 5. When he was carrying the scepter of his ruler, he seemed to bend his body, as if he were not able to bear its weight. He did not hold it higher than the position of the hands in making a bow, nor lower than their position in giving anything to another. his countenance seemed to change, and look apprehensive, and he dragged his feet along as if they were held by something to the ground. In presenting the presents with which he was charged, he wore a placid appearance. At his private audience, he looked highly pleased. 第6章，君子不以干邹事，孔子不以为谢服。当属枕吃细，必表而出之。缁衣高裘，素衣泥裘，黄衣狐裘，裘长，短又媚。必有寝衣，长一身有伴。胡落之后以居，去丧无所不配。非为伤，必杀之。高裘悬冠不以吊，吉月必服而朝。Chapter 6. The superior man did not use a deep purple or pure color in the ornaments of his dress. Even in his undress, he did not wear anything of a red or reddish color. In warm weather, he had a single garment either of coarse or fine texture, but he wore it displayed over an inner garment. Over lamb's fur he wore a garment of black, over fawn's fur one of white, and over fox's fur one of yellow. The fur robe of his undress was long, with the right sleeve short. He required his sleeping dress to be half as long again as his body. When staying at home, he used thick furs of the fox or the badger. When he put off mourning, he wore all the appendages of the girdle. His undergarment, except when it was required to be the curtain shape, was made of silk cut narrow above and wide below. He did not wear lamb's fur or black cap on a visit of condolence. On the first day of the month he put on his court robes and presented himself at court. 第7章，斋必有名医，不；斋必辨识，居必迁坐。Chapter 7. When fasting, he thought it necessary to have his clothes brightly clean and made of linen cloth. When fasting, he thought it necessary to change his food, and also to change the place where he commonly sat in the apartment. 第8章，食不厌精，脍不厌细，食易而爱，鱼馁而肉败，不食；色恶不食，臭恶不食，诗人不食，不食不食，歌不正不食，不得其将不食。肉虽多，不使盛食细，唯酒无量，不及乱。沽酒食腐不食，不彻姜食不多食。祭与公不素肉，祭肉不出3日，出3日不食之意。食不语，寝不言。虽蔬食菜根，瓜蓟必斋如也。Chapter 8. He did not dislike to have his rice finely cleaned, nor to have his minced meat cut quite small. He did not eat rice which had been injured by heat or damp and turned sour, nor fish or flesh which was gone. He did not eat what was discolored or what was of a bad flavor, nor anything which was ill cooked, or was not in season. He did not eat meat which was not cut properly, nor what was served without its proper sauce. Though there might be a large quantity of meat, he would not allow what he took to exceed the due proportion for the rice. It was only in wine that he laid down no limit for himself, but he did not allow himself to be confused by it. He did not partake of wine and dried meat bought in the market. He was never without ginger when he ate. He did not eat much. When he had been assisting at the prince's sacrifice, he did not keep the flesh which he received overnight. The flesh of his family sacrifice he did not keep over 3 days. If kept over 3 days, people could not eat it. When eating, he did not converse. When in bed, he did not speak. Although his food might be coarse rice and vegetable soup, he would offer a little of it in sacrifice with a grave, respectful air. 第9章，席不正不坐。Chapter 9. If his mat was not straight, he did not sit on it. 第10章，乡人饮酒，仗者出，斯出矣。乡人挪，朝服而立于坐阶。Chapter 10. When the villagers were drinking together, on those who carried staffs going out, he went out immediately after. When the villagers were going through their ceremonies to drive away pestilential influences, he put on his court robes and stood on the eastern steps. 11章，问人于他邦，再拜而送之。康子馈要，拜而受之，曰：秋未达，不敢尝。Chapter 11. When he was sending complimentary inquiries to anyone in another state, he bowed twice as he escorted the messenger away. Ji Kang having sent him a present of physic, he bowed and received it, saying, I do not know it, I dare not taste it. 12章，旧坟，子退朝，曰：伤人乎？不问马。Chapter 12. The stable being burned down when he was at court, on his return he said, Has any man been hurt? He did not ask about the horses. 13章，君赐食，必正席，先尝之；君赐薪，必熟而见之；君赐生，必畜之。是食于君，君祭，先饭。即君视之，东守，加朝服脱身。君命召，不似驾行矣。Chapter 13. When the prince sent him a gift of cooked meat, he would adjust his mat, first taste it, and then give it away to others. When the prince sent him a gift of undressed meat, he would have it cooked, and offer it to the spirits of his ancestors. When the prince sent him a gift of a living animal, he would keep it alive. When he was in attendance on the prince and joining in the entertainment, the prince only sacrificed. He first tasted everything. When he was ill and the prince came to visit him, he had his head to the east, made his court robes he spread over him, and drew his girdle across him. When the prince's order called him, without waiting for his carriage to be yoked, he went at once. 14章，入大庙，每事问。Chapter 14. When he entered the ancestral temple of the state, he asked about everything. 15章，朋友死，无所归，曰：与我病。朋友之馈，虽车马，非祭肉不拜。Chapter 15. When any of his friends died, if he had no relations who could be depended on for the necessary offices, he would say, I will bury him. When a friend sent him a present, though it might be a carriage and horses, he did not bow. The only present for which he bowed was that of the flesh of sacrifice. 16章，寝不施，居不容。见资摧者，虽瑕必变；见冕者，与骨者，虽谢必以貌。胸腹者视之，视腹板者。有盛传，必变色而作；迅雷风烈，必变。Chapter 16. In bed, he did not lie like a corpse. At home, he did not put on any formal deportment. When he saw anyone in a morning dress, though it might be an acquaintance, he would change countenance. When he saw anyone wearing the cap of full dress, or a blind person, though he might be in his undress, he would salute them in a ceremonious manner. To any person in mourning, he bowed forward to the crossbar of his carriage. He bowed in the same way to anyone bearing the tables of population. When he was at an entertainment where there was an abundance of provisions set before him, he would change countenance and rise up. On a sudden clap of thunder or violent wind, he would change countenance. 17章，生车，必正立，直随。车中不内顾，不急言，不轻止。 Chapter 17. When he was about to mount his carriage, he would stand straight, holding the cord. When he was in the carriage, he did not turn his head quite round, he did not talk hastily, he did not point with his hands. 18章 色思举义，详而后急。曰：善良辞志，实在实哉！子路共之，三袖而坐。 Chapter 18. Seeing the countenance, it instantly rises. It flies round, and by settles. The master said, There is the hen pheasant on the hill bridge. At its season, at its season. Tsz lu made a motion to it. Thrice it smelt him, and then rose. End of Book 10. Recording by Legge. Book 11 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 先进第11 Book 11先进第一章子曰：先进于礼乐，野人也；后进于礼乐，君子也。如用之，则无从先进。 Chapter 1. The men of former times, in the matters of ceremonies and music, were rustics, it is said, while the men of these latter times, in ceremonies and music, are accomplished gentlemen. If I have occasion to use those things, I follow the men of former times. 第二章子曰：从我于陈蔡者，皆不及门也。德行，颜渊、闵子骞、冉伯牛、仲弓。言语，宰我、子贡。政事，冉有、季路。文学，子游、子夏。 Chapter 2. The master said, Of those who were with me in Chen and Ts'ai, there are none to be found to enter my door. Distinguished for their virtuous principles and practice, there were Yen Yuan, Ming Ziqian, Ran Bo Niu, and Zhong Gong. For their ability in speech, Zai Wo and Tsz Gong. For their administrative talents, Ran You and Ji Lu. For their literary acquirements, Zi You and Zi Xia. 第三章子曰：回也，非助我者也。于吾言，无所不悦。 Chapter 3. The master said, Hui gives me no assistance. There is nothing that I say in which he does not delight. 第四章子曰：孝在闵子骞，人不见于其父母昆弟之言。 Chapter 4. The master said, Filial indeed is Ming Ziqian. Other people say nothing of him different from the report of his parents and brothers. 第五章南容三父白归，孔子以其兄之子弃之。 Chapter 5. Nanrong was frequently repeating the lines about a white scepter stone. Confucius gave him the daughter of his elder brother to wife. 第六章季康子问弟子孰为好学？孔子对曰：有颜回者好学，不幸短命死矣。今也则无。 Chapter 6. Ji Kang asked which of the disciples loved to learn. Confucius replied to him, There was a Yan Hui, he loved to learn. Unfortunately, his appointed time was short and he died. Now there is no one who loves to learn as he did. 第七章颜渊死，颜路请子之车，以为之果。子曰：才不才，亦各言其子也。礼也死，有官而无果。吾不图行以为之果，以吾从大夫之后，不可图行也。 Chapter 7. When Yen Yuan died, Yen Lu begged the carriage of the master to sell, and get an outer shell for his son's coffin. The master said, Every one calls his son, whether he has talents or has not talents. There was Li. When he died, he had a coffin but no outer shell. I would not walk on foot to get shell for him, because, having followed in the rear of the great officers, it was not proper that I should walk on foot. 第8章，颜渊死，子曰：哎，天丧于，天丧于。Chapter 8. When Yen Yuan died, the master said, Alas! Heaven is destroying me, heaven is destroying me. 第9章，颜渊死，子哭之痛。从者曰：子痛矣。曰：有痛乎？非夫人之为痛，而谁为？ Chapter 9. When Yen Yuan died, the master bewailed him exceedingly, and the disciples who were with him said, Master, your grief is excessive. Is it excessive? Said he. If I am not to mourn bitterly for this man, for whom should I mourn? 第10章，颜渊死，门人欲厚葬之。子曰：不可。门人厚葬之。子曰：回也，是于有父也，于不得是有子也，非我也，夫二三子也。Chapter 10. When Yen Yuan died, the disciples wished to give him a great funeral, and the master said, You may not do so. The disciples did bury him in great style. The master said, Hui behaved towards me as his father. I have not been able to treat him as my son. The fault is not mine, it belongs to you, O disciples. 11章，记录问是鬼神。子曰：未能是人，焉能是鬼？敢问死。曰：未知生，焉知死？ Chapter 11. Ji Lu asked about serving the spirits of the dead. The master said, While you are not able to serve men, how can you serve their spirits? Ji Lu added, I venture to ask about death. He was answered, While you do not know life, how can you know about death? 12章，明子是策，盈盈如也；子路沆沆如也。然有子贡，侃侃如也。子乐，若有也，不得其死然。Chapter 12. The disciple Ming was standing by his side, looking bland and precise. Tsz lu looking bold and soldierly. Ran Yu and Tsz kung with a free and straightforward manner. The master was pleased. He said, Yu there! He will not die a natural death. 13章，鲁人为常府。明子谦曰：人旧惯如之何？何必改作？子曰：夫人不言，言必有众。Chapter 13. Some parties in Lu were going to take down and rebuild the long treasury. Ming Zi-qian said, Suppose it were to be repaired after its old style, why must it be altered and made anew? The master said, This man seldom speaks. When he does, he is sure to hit the point. 14章，子曰：由之色，奚为于丘之门？门人不敬子路。子曰：由也，升堂矣，未入于室也。Chapter 14. The master said, What has the lute of Yu to do in my door? The other disciples began not to respect Tsz lu. The master said, Yu has ascended to the hall, though he has not yet passed into the inner apartments. 15章，子贡问师与商也孰贤？子曰：师也过，商也不及。曰：然则师欲与？子曰：过犹不及。Chapter 15. Tsz kung asked which of the two, Shi or Shang, was the superior. The master said, Shi goes beyond the due mean, and Shang does not come up to it. Then said Tsz kung, the superiority is with Shi, I suppose. The master said, To go beyond is as wrong as to fall short. 16章，季氏附于周公，而求也为之聚敛而复益之。 子曰：非吾徒也。小子，民古而攻之可也。Chapter 16. The head of the Ji family was richer than the Duke of Zhou had been, and yet Ch'iu collected his imposts for him, and increased his wealth. The Master said, He is no disciple of mine. My little children, beat the drum and assail him. 17章 柴也鱼，生也鲁，师也辟，友也晏。 Chapter 17. 柴 is simple, shen is dull, shi is specious, you is coarse. 18章 子曰：回也其数乎？履空。赐不受命而获直焉，义则履众。 Chapter 18. The Master said, There is Hui. He has nearly attained to perfect virtue. He is often in want. Tsz does not acquiesce in the appointments of heaven, and his goods are increased by him. Yet his judgments are often correct. 19章子张问善人之道。子曰：不见计，亦不入于事。 Chapter 19. Tsz chang asked what were the characteristics of the good man. The Master said, He does not tread in the footsteps of others, but moreover, he does not enter the chamber of the sage. 20章子曰：论笃是与？君子者乎？色庄者乎？ Chapter 20. The Master said, If, because a man's discourse appears solid and sincere, we allow him to be a good man, is he really a superior man? Or is his gravity only in appearance? 21章子路问文思行诸？子曰：有父兄在，如之何其文思行之？冉有问文思行诸？子曰：文思行之。公西华曰：有也问文思行诸？子曰：有父兄在。求也问文思行诸？子曰：文思行之。赤也敢问。子曰：求也退，故进之；有也坚人，故退之。 Chapter 21. Tsz lu asked whether he should immediately carry into practice what he heard. The Master said, There are your father and elder brothers to be consulted. Why should you act on that principle of immediately carrying into practice what you hear? Ran Yu asked the same, whether he should immediately carry into practice what he heard, and the Master answered, Immediately carry into practice what you hear. Gong Xihua said, You asked whether he should carry immediately into practice what he heard, and you said, There are your father and elder brothers to be consulted. Chiu asked whether he should immediately carry into practice what he heard, and you said, Carry it immediately into practice. I, Ch'i, am perplexed, and venture to ask you for an explanation. The Master said, Chiu is retiring and slow, therefore I urged him forward. Yu has more than his own share of energy, therefore I kept him back. 22章子谓于匡，颜渊后。子曰：吾以汝为死矣。曰：子在，回何敢死？ Chapter 22. The Master was putting fear in Kuang, and Yen Yuan fell behind. The Master, on his rejoining him, said, I thought you had died. Hui replied, While you were alive, how should I presume to die? 23章季子然问仲由然求，可谓大成语。子曰：吾以子为义之问，曾由于求之问。所谓大成者，以道事君，不可责之。今由与求也，可谓俱成矣。曰：然则从之者于？子曰：事父与君，亦不从也。Chapter 23. 季子然 asked whether Zhong Yu and Ran Qiu could be called great ministers. The Master said, I thought you would ask about some extraordinary individuals, and you only ask about Yu and Qiu. What is called a great minister is one who serves his prince according to what is right, and when he finds he cannot do so, retires. Now, as to Yu and Ch'iu, they may be called ordinary ministers." Tsz ran said, "Then they will always follow their chief, will they?" The Master said, "In an act of parricide or regicide, they will not follow him." 24章，子路使子高为必宰。子曰：贼夫人之子。子路曰：有名人焉，有社稷焉，何必读书然后为学？子曰：是故恶夫佞者。Chapter 24. Tsz-lu got Tsz-kao appointed governor of B. The Master said, "You are injuring a man's son." Tsz-lu said, "There are there common people and officers. There are the altars of the spirits of the land and grain. Why must one read books before he can be considered to have learned?" The Master said, "It is on this account that I hate your glib-tongued people." 25章，子路、曾皙、冉有、公西华侍坐。子曰：以吾一日长乎尔，吾无以也。居则曰：不吾知也。如或知耳，则何以哉？子路率尔而对曰：千乘之国，射乎大国之间，加之以师旅，应之以机警，有也为之，必及3年，可使有勇，且知方也。夫子审之。求尔何如？对曰：方6、7十，如5、6十，求也为之，必积3年，可使足明，如其礼乐，以俟君子。赤尔何如？对曰：非曰能之，愿学焉。宗庙之事，如会同、端章谱，愿为小象焉。典尔何如？鼓瑟兮坑耳，舍色而作。对曰：异乎三子者之传。子曰：何伤乎？以各言其志也。曰：暮春者春服既成，观者5、6人，童子6、7人，欲乎沂，风乎5余，咏而归。夫子喟然叹曰：吾与典也。三子者出，曾皙后。曾皙曰：夫三子者之言何如？子曰：亦各言其志而已矣。曰：夫子何审由也？曰：为国以礼，其言不让，是故审之。为求则非邦也歟。安见方6、7十，如5、6十，而非邦也者？为赤则非邦也歟。宗庙会同，非诸侯而何？赤也为之小，孰能为之大？ Chapter 25. 子路、曾皙、冉有 and 公西华 were sitting by the Master. He said to them, "Though I am a day also older than you, do not think of that. From day to day you are saying, 'We are not known.' If some ruler were to know you, what would you like to do?" Tsz lu hastily and lightly replied, "Suppose the case of a state of 10,000 chariots. Let it be straitened between other large states. Let it be suffering from invading armies. And to this let there be added a famine in corn and in all vegetables. If I were entrusted with the government of it, in 3 years' time I could make the people to be bold, and to recognize the rules of righteous conduct." The Master smiled at him. Turning to Yen Yu, he said, "Ch'iu, what are your wishes?" Ch'iu replied, "Suppose a state of 60 or 70 li square, or one of 50 or 60, and let me have the government of it. In 3 years' time, I could make plenty to abound among the people. As to teaching them the principles of propriety and music, I must wait for the rise of a superior man to do that." "What are your wishes, Ch'i?" said the Master next to Kung si Hwa. Ch'i replied, "I do not say that my ability extends to these things, but I should wish to learn them." At the services of the ancestral temple, and at the audiences of the princes with the sovereign, I should like, dressed in the dark square made robe and the black linen cap, to act as a small assistant." Last of all, the Master asked Tsang Hsi, "Tian, what are your wishes?" Tian, pausing as he was playing on his lute, while it was yet twanging, laid the instrument aside, and rose. "My wishes," he said, "are different from the cherished purposes of these three gentlemen." "What harm is there in that?" said the Master. "Do you also, as well as they, speak out your wishes." Tian then said, "In this, the last month of spring, with the dress of the season all complete, along with 5 or 6 young men who have assumed the cap, and 6 or 7 boys, I would wash in the Yi, enjoy the breeze among the rain altars, and return home singing." The Master heaved a sigh and said, "I give my approval to Tian." The 3 others having gone out, Tsang Hsi remained behind and said, "What do you think of the words of these 3 friends?" The Master replied, "They simply told each one his wishes." Hsi pursued, "Master, why did you smile at Yu?" He was answered, "The management of a state demands the rules of propriety. His words were not humble, therefore I smiled at him." Hsi again said, "But was it not a state which Ch'iu proposed for himself?" The reply was, "Yes. Did you ever see a territory of 60 or 70 li, or one of 50 or 60, which was not a state?" Once more Hsi inquired, "And was it not a state which Ch'i proposed for himself?" The Master again replied, "Yes. Who but princes have to do with ancestral temples, and with audiences but the sovereign? If Ch'i were to be a small assistant in these services, who could be a great one?" End of Book 11. Recording by Li Jing. Book 12 of Confucian Analects by Confucius. Translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 颜渊第12 Book 12 颜渊第1章颜渊问仁子曰克己复礼为仁一日克己复礼天下归仁焉为人由己而由人乎哉颜渊曰请问其目子曰非礼勿视非礼勿听非礼勿言非礼勿动颜渊曰回虽不敏请示思语矣 Chapter 1 Yen Yuan asked about perfect virtue. The Master said, "To subdue one's self and return to propriety is perfect virtue. If a man can for one day subdue himself and return to propriety, all under heaven will ascribe perfect virtue to him. Is the practice of perfect virtue from a man himself, or is it from others?" Yen Yuan said, "I beg to ask the steps of that process." The Master replied, "Look not at what is contrary to propriety. Listen not to what is contrary to propriety. Speak not what is contrary to propriety. Make no movement which is contrary to propriety." Yen Yuan then said, "Though I am deficient in intelligence and vigor, I will make it my business to practice this lesson." 第2章仲弓问仁子曰出门如见大兵使民如承大器己所不欲勿施于人在邦无怨在家无怨仲弓曰庸虽不敏请示思语矣 Chapter 2 仲弓 asked about perfect virtue. The Master said, "It is, when you go abroad, to behave to every one as if you were receiving a great guest; to employ the people as if you were assisting at a great sacrifice; not to do others as you would not wish done to yourself; to have no murmuring against you in the country, and none in the family." Chung kung said, "Though I am deficient in intelligence and vigor, I will make it my business to practice this lesson." 第3章司马牛问仁子曰 仁者其言也任。曰：其言也任，斯谓之仁义乎？子曰：为之难，言之得无任乎？ Chapter 3. Sima Niu asked about perfect virtue. The Master said, "The man of perfect virtue is cautious and slow in his speech." "Cautious and slow in his speech," said Niu. "Is this what is meant by perfect virtue?" The Master said, "When a man feels the difficulty of doing, can he be other than cautious and slow in speaking?" 第四章，司马牛问君子。子曰：君子不忧不惧。曰：不忧不惧，斯谓之君子矣乎？子曰：内省不疚，夫何忧何惧？ Chapter 4. Sima Niu asked about the superior man. The Master said, "The superior man has neither anxiety or fear." "Being without anxiety or fear," said Niu, "does this constitute what we call the superior man?" The Master said, "When internal examination discovers nothing wrong, what is there to be anxious about? What is there to fear?" 第五章，司马牛忧曰：人皆有兄弟，我独无。子夏曰：商闻之矣，死生有命，富贵在天。君子敬而无失，与人恭而有礼。四海之内皆兄弟也，君子何患乎无兄弟也？ Chapter 5. Sima Niu, full of anxiety, said, "Other men all have their brothers, I only have not." Tsze hsia said to him, "There is the following saying which I have heard: 'Death and life have their determined appointment. Riches and honors depend upon heaven.' Let the superior man never fail reverentially to order his own conduct, and let him be respectful to others and observant of propriety. Then all within the four seas will be his brothers. What has the superior man to do with being distressed because he has no brothers?" 第六章，子张问名。子曰：浸润之赠，夫受之粟，不行焉，可谓名也已矣。浸润之赠，夫受之粟，不行焉，可谓远也已矣。 Chapter 6. Tsze chang asked what constituted intelligence. The Master said, "He with whom neither slander that gradually soaks into the mind, nor statements that startle like a wound in the flesh, are successful, may be called intelligent indeed. Yea, he with whom neither soaking slander, nor startling statements, are successful, may be called far-seeing." 第七章，子贡问政。子曰：足食，足兵，民信之矣。子贡曰：必不得已而去，于斯三者何先？曰：去兵。子贡曰：必不得已而去，于斯二者何先？曰：去食。自古皆有死，民无信不立。 Chapter 7. Tsze kung asked about government. The Master said, "The requisites of government are that there be sufficiency of food, sufficiency of military equipment, and the confidence of the people in their ruler." Tsze kung said, "If it cannot be helped, and one of these must be dispensed with, which of the three should be foregone first?" "The military equipment," said the Master. Tsze kung again asked, "If it cannot be helped, and one of the remaining two must be dispensed with, which of them should be foregone?" The Master answered, "Part with the food. From of old, death has been the lot of all men, but if the people have no faith in their rulers, there is no standing for the state." 第八章，其子成曰：君子智而已矣，何以文为？子贡曰：惜乎夫子之说君子也，驷不及舌。文犹智也，智犹文也。虎豹之阔，犹犬羊之阔。 Chapter 8. Ji Zi Cheng said, In a superior man it is only the substantial qualities which are wanted. Why should we seek for ornamental accomplishments?" Tsze kung said, "Alas, your words, sir, show you to be a superior man, but 4 horses cannot overtake the tongue. Ornament is as substance, substance is as ornament. The hide of a tiger or a leopard stripped of its hair is like the hide of a dog or a goat stripped of its hair." 第9章，哀公问于有若曰：年饥，用不足，如之何？有若对曰：何彻乎？曰：二，吾犹不足，如之何其彻也？对曰：百姓足，君孰与不足？百姓不足，君孰与足？Chapter 9. The Duke Ai inquired of Yu Ruo, saying, "The year is one of scarcity, and the returns for expenditure are not sufficient. What is to be done?" Yu Ruo replied to him, "Why not simply tithe the people?" "With 2/10," said the duke, "I find it not enough. How could I do with that system of 1/10?" Yu Ruo answered, "If the people have plenty, their prince will not be left to want alone. If the people are in want, their prince cannot enjoy plenty alone." 第10章，子张问崇德，辩惑。子曰：主忠信，喜义，崇德也。爱之欲其生，恶之欲其死，既欲其生，又欲其死，是祸也。诚不以富，义直以义。Chapter 10. Tsze chang having asked how virtue was to be exalted, and delusions to be discovered, the Master said, "Hold faithfulness and sincerity as first principles, and be moving continually to what is right. This is the way to exalt one's virtue. You love a man and wish him to live. You hate him and wish him to die. Having wished him to live, you also wish him to die. This is a case of delusion. It may not be on account of her being rich, yet you come to make a difference." 11章，齐景公问政于孔子。孔子对曰：君君，臣臣，父父，子子。公曰：善哉！信如君不君，臣不臣，父不父，子不子，虽有粟，吾得而食诸。Chapter 11. The Duke Jing of Qi asked Confucius about government. Confucius replied, "There is government when the prince is prince, and the minister is minister, when the father is father, and the son is son." "Good," said the duke, "if, indeed, the prince be not prince, the minister not minister, the father not father, and the son not son, although I have my revenue, can I enjoy it?" 12章，子曰：片言可以折喻者，其有也与？子路无素诺。Chapter 12. The Master said, "Ah, it is Yu who could with half a word settle litigations." Tsze lu never slept over a promise. 13章，子曰：听讼，吾犹人也；必也，使吾讼乎？ Chapter 13. The Master said, "In hearing litigations, I am like any other body. What is necessary, however, is to cause the people to have no litigations." 14章，子张问政。子曰：居之无倦，行之以忠。Chapter 14. Tsze chang asked about government. The Master said, "The art of governing is to keep its affairs before the mind without weariness, and to practice them with undeviating consistency." 15章，子曰：博学于文，约之以礼，亦可以佛判矣夫。Chapter 15. The Master said, "By extensively studying all learning, and keeping himself under the restraint of the rules of propriety, one may thus likewise not err from what is right." 16章，子曰：君子成人之美，不成人之恶，小人反是。Chapter 16. The Master said, "The superior man seeks to perfect the admirable qualities of men, and does not seek to perfect their bad qualities. The mean man does the opposite of this." 章，季康子问政于孔子。孔子对曰：政者，正也。子帅以正，孰敢不正？ Chapter 17. Ji Kang asked Confucius about government. Confucius replied, "To govern means to rectify. If you lead on the people with correctness, who will dare not to be correct?" 章，季康子患道，问于孔子。孔子对曰：苟子之不欲，虽赏之不切。 Chapter 18. Ji Kang, distressed about the number of thieves in the state, inquired of Confucius how to do away with them. Confucius said, "If you, sir, were not covetous, although you should reward them to do it, they would not steal." 章，季康子问政于孔子，曰：如杀无道，以救有道，何如？孔子对曰：子为政，焉用杀？子欲善而民善矣。君子之德风，小人之德草，草上之风必偃。 Chapter 19. Ji Kang asked Confucius about government, saying, "What do you say to killing the unprincipled for the good of the principled?" Confucius replied, "Sir, in carrying on your government, why should you use killing at all? Let your evinced desires be for what is good, and the people will be good. The relation between superiors and inferiors is like that between the wind and the grass. The grass must bend when the wind blows across it." 章，子张问事何如？斯可谓之达矣。子曰：何哉而所谓达者？子张对曰：在邦必闻，在家必闻。子曰：是闻也，非达也。夫达也者，治直而好义，察言而观色，虑以下人。在邦必达，在家必达。夫闻也者，色取人而行为，居之不疑。在邦必闻，在家必闻。 Chapter 20. Tsze chang asked, "What must the officer be who may be said to be distinguished?" The Master said, "What is it you call being distinguished?" Tsze chang replied, "It is to be heard of through the state, to be heard of throughout his clan." The Master said, "That is notoriety, not distinction. Now the man of distinction is solid and straightforward, and loves righteousness. He examines people's words, and looks at their countenances. He is anxious to humble himself to others. Such a man will be distinguished in the country. He will be distinguished in his clan. As to the man of notoriety, he assumes the appearance of virtue, but his actions are opposed to it, and he rests in this character without any doubts about himself. Such a man will be heard of in the country. He will be heard of in the clan." 章，樊迟从游于五鱼之下，曰：敢问崇德、修特、辩惑。子曰：善哉问！先事后德，非崇德语；攻其恶，无攻人之恶，非修特语；一朝之愤，忘其身以及其亲，非惑语。 Chapter 21. Fan Ch'i, rambling with the Master under the trees about the rain altars, said, "I venture to ask how to exalt virtue, to correct cherished evil, and to discover delusions." The Master said, "Truly a good question. If doing what is to be done be made the first business, and success a secondary consideration, is not this the way to exalt virtue? To assail one's own wickedness and not assail that of others, is not this the way to correct cherished evil? For morning's anger to disregard one's own life, and involve that of his parents, is not this a case of delusion?" 章，樊迟问仁。子曰：爱人。问智。子曰：知人。樊迟未答。子曰：举直错诸枉，能使枉者直。 樊迟退，见子夏曰：相也，吾见于夫子而问智。子曰：举直错诸枉，能使枉者直，何谓也？子夏曰：父在言乎！舜有天下，选于众，举高尧，不仁者远矣。汤有天下，选于众，举伊尹，不仁者远矣。Chapter 22. Fanchi asked about benevolence. The master said, "It is to love all men." He asked about knowledge. The master said, "It is to know all men." Fanchi did not immediately understand these answers. The master said, "Employ the upright and put aside all the crooked. In this way the crooked can be made to be upright." Fanchi retired, and seeing Tsz hiŠ, he said to him, "A little while ago I had an interview with our master, and asked him about knowledge. He said, 'Employ the upright and put aside all the crooked. In this way the crooked will be made to be upright.' What did he mean?" Tsz hiŠ said, "Truly rich is his saying. Shun, being in possession of the kingdom, selected from among all the people, and employed Kau Yao, on which all who were devoid of virtue disappeared. Tang, being in possession of the kingdom, selected from among all the people, and employed Yi Yin, and all who were devoid of virtue disappeared." 23章 子贡问有。子曰：忠告而善道之，不可则止，勿自辱焉。 Chapter 23. Tsz kung asked about friendship. The master said, "Faithfully admonish your friend, and skillfully lead him on. If you find him impracticable, stop. Do not disgrace yourself." 24章 曾子曰：君子以文会友，以友辅仁。 Chapter 24. The philosopher Tsang said, "The superior man on grounds of culture meets with his friends, and by their friendship helps his virtue." End of Book 12. Recording by Legge. Book 13 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 子路第13 Book 13 子路第一章子路问政。子曰：先之，劳之。请益。曰：无倦。 Chapter 1. Tsz lu asked about government. The master said, "Go before the people with your example, and be laborious in their affairs." He requested further instruction, and was answered, "Be not weary in these things." 第二章仲弓为李氏宰，问政。子曰：先有司，设小过，举贤才。曰：焉知贤才而举之？曰：举而所知，而所不知，人其舍诸。 Chapter 2. Zhong Gong, being chief minister to the head of the Ji family, asked about government. The master said, "Employ first the services of your various officers, pardon small faults, and raise to office men of virtue and talents." Zhong Gong said, "How shall I know the men of virtue and talent, so that I may raise them to office?" He was answered, "Raise to office those whom you know. As to those whom you do not know, will others neglect them?" 第三章子路曰：为君待子而为政，子将西先。子曰：必也，正明乎？子路曰：有事在，子之迂也，奚其政？子曰：也哉有也！君子于其所不知，盖确如也。名不正，则言不顺；言不顺，则事不成；事不成，则礼乐不兴；礼乐不兴，则刑罚不重；刑罚不重，则民无所措手足。故君子明之，必可言也；言之，必可行也。君子于其言，无所苟而已矣。Chapter 3. Tsz lu said, The ruler of Wei has been waiting for you, in order with you to administer the government. What will you consider the first thing to be done?" The Master replied, "What is necessary is to rectify names." "So, indeed," said Tsz lu, "you are wide of the mark. Why must there be such rectification?" The Master said, "How uncultivated you are, Yu! A superior man, in regard to what he does not know, shows a cautious reserve. If names be not correct, language is not in accordance with the truth of things. If language be not in accordance with the truth of things, affairs cannot be carried on to success. When affairs cannot be carried on to success, proprieties and music will not flourish. When proprieties and music do not flourish, punishments will not be properly awarded. When punishments are not properly awarded, the people do not know how to move hand or foot. Therefore a superior man considers it necessary that the names he uses may be spoken appropriately, and also that what he speaks may be carried out appropriately. What the superior man requires is just that in his words there may be nothing incorrect. 第4章，樊迟请学家。子曰：“吾不如老农。请学为朴。曰：吾不如老仆。樊迟出。子曰：小人哉，樊须也！上好礼，则民莫敢不敬；上好义，则民莫敢不服；上好信，则民莫敢不用情。夫如是，则四方之民强父其子而治矣，焉用家？” Chapter 4. Fan Ch'i requested to be taught husbandry. The Master said, "I am not so good for that as an old husbandman." He requested also to be taught gardening, and was answered, "I am not so good for that as an old gardener." Fan Ch'i having gone out, the Master said, "A small man indeed is Fan Xu." If a superior love propriety, the people will not dare not to be reverent. If he love righteousness, the people will not dare not to submit to his example. If he love good faith, the people will not dare not to be sincere. Now, when these things obtain, the people from all quarters will come to him, bearing their children on their backs. What need has he of a knowledge of husbandry? 第5章，子曰：“宋诗300，授之以政，不达，使于四方。不能专对，虽多，以希以为。” Chapter 5. The Master said, "Though a man may be able to recite the 300 odes, yet if, when entrusted with a governmental charge, he knows not how to act, or if, when sent to any quarter on a mission, he cannot give his replies unassisted, notwithstanding the extent of his learning, of what practical use is it?" 第6章，子曰：“其身正，不令而行；其身不正，虽令不从。” Chapter 6. The Master said, "When a prince's personal conduct is correct, his government is effective without the issuing of orders. If his personal conduct is not correct, he may issue orders, but they will not be followed." 第7章，子曰：“鲁卫之政，兄弟也。” Chapter 7. The Master said, "The governments of Lu and Wei are brothers." 第8章，子谓魏公子瑾善居士，时有曰：“苟合矣。”少有曰：“苟玩矣。”富有曰：“苟美矣。” Chapter 8. The Master said of Ching, a scion of the ducal family of Wei, that he knew the economy of a family well. When he began to have means, he said, "Ha! Here's a collection." When they were a little increased, he said, "Ha! This is complete." When he had become rich, he said, "Ha! This is admirable." 第9章，子是谓然有仆。子曰：“恕矣哉！”然有曰：“既恕矣，又何加焉？”曰：“父之。”曰：“既父矣，又何加焉？”曰：“教之。” Chapter 9. When the master went away, Ran Yu acted as driver of his carriage. The master observed, "How numerous are the people!" Yu said, "Since they are thus numerous, what more shall be done for them?" "Enrich them," was the reply. "And when they have been enriched, what more shall be done?" The master said, "Teach them." 第10章 子曰：苟有用我者，积月而已可也，3年有成。 Chapter 10. The master said, "If there were any of the princes who would employ me, in the course of 12 months I should have done something considerable. In 3 years the government would be perfected." 11章 子曰：善人为邦100年，亦可以胜残去杀矣，诚哉是言也。 Chapter 11. The master said, "If good men were to govern a country in succession for 100 years, they would be able to transform the violently bad, and dispense with capital punishments." True indeed is this saying. 12章 子曰：如有王者，必弑而后仁。 Chapter 12. The master said, "If a truly royal ruler were to arise, it would still require a generation, and then virtue would prevail." 13章 子曰：苟正其身矣，于从政乎何有？不能正其身，如正人何？ Chapter 13. The master said, "If a minister make his own conduct correct, what difficulty will he have in assisting in government? If he cannot rectify himself, what has he to do with rectifying others?" 14章 冉子退朝，子曰：何晏也？对曰：有政。子曰：其事也，如有政，虽不无矣，吾期与闻之。 Chapter 14. The disciple Ran returning from the court, the master said to him, "How are you so late?" He replied, "We had government business." The master said, "It must have been family affairs. If there had been government business, though I am not now in office, I should have been consulted about it." 15章 定公问一言而可以兴邦，有诸？孔子对曰：言不可以若是，其几也。人之言曰：为君难，为臣不易。如知为君之难也，不几乎一言而兴邦乎？曰：一言而丧邦，有诸？孔子对曰：言不可以若是，其几也。人之言曰：余无乐乎为君，为其言而莫于为也。如其善而莫之为也，不亦善乎？如不善而莫之为也，不几乎一言而丧邦乎？ Chapter 15. The Duke Ding asked whether there was a single sentence which could make a country prosperous. Confucius replied, "Such an effect cannot be expected from one sentence." There is a saying, however, which people have: "To be a prince is difficult. To be a minister is not easy." If a ruler knows this, the difficulty of being a prince, may there not be expected from this one sentence the prosperity of his country? The Duke then said, "Is there a single sentence which can ruin a country?" Confucius replied, "Such an effect as that cannot be expected from one sentence. There is, however, the saying which people have: 'I have no pleasure in being a prince, but only in that no one can offer any opposition to what I say.' If a ruler's words be good, is it not also good that no one oppose them? But if they are not good, and no one opposes them, may there not be expected from this one sentence the ruin of his country?" 16章 社公问政，子曰：近者悦，远者来。 Chapter 16. The Duke of She asked about government. The master said, "Good government obtains when those who are near are made happy, and those who are far off are attracted." 17章 子夏为举父宰，问政。子曰： 无欲速，无见小利。欲速则不达，见小利则大事不成。Chapter 17. 子夏, being governor of Jufu, asked about government. The master said, "Do not be desirous to have things done quickly. Do not look at small advantages. Desire to have things done quickly prevents their being done thoroughly. Looking at small advantages prevents great affairs from being accomplished." 18章，社公欲孔子曰：吾党有执公者，其父攘阳而子正之。孔子曰：吾党之执者异于是，父为子隐，子为父隐，执在其中矣。Chapter 18. The Duke of She informed Confucius, saying, "Among us here there are those who may be styled upright in their conduct. If their father have stolen a sheep, they will bear witness to the fact." Confucius said, "Among us, in our part of the country, those who are upright are different from this. The father conceals the misconduct of the son, and the son conceals the misconduct of the father. Uprightness is to be found in this." 19章，樊迟问仁。子曰：居处恭，执事敬，与人忠，虽之夷狄，不可弃也。Chapter 19. 樊迟 asked about perfect virtue. The master said, "It is in retirement to be sedately grave, in the management of business to be reverently attentive, in intercourse with others to be strictly sincere. Though a man go among rude, uncultivated tribes, these qualities may not be neglected." 20章，子贡问曰：何如斯可谓之是矣？子曰：行己有耻，始于四方，不辱君命，可谓是矣。曰：敢问其次。曰：宗族称孝焉，乡党称弟焉。曰：敢问其次。曰：言必信，行必果，坑坑然，小人哉，亦可以为次矣。曰：今之从政者何如？子曰：哎，斗勺之人何足算也。Chapter 20. 子贡 asked, saying, "What qualities must a man possess to entitle him to be called an officer?" The master said, "He who in his conduct of himself maintains a sense of shame, and when sent to any quarter will not disgrace his prince's commission, deserves to be called an officer." Tsz kung pursued, "I venture to ask who may be placed in the next lower rank?" And he was told, "He whom the circle of his relatives pronounce to be filial, whom his fellow villagers and neighbors pronounce to be fraternal." Again the disciple asked, "I venture to ask about the class still next in order." The master said, "They are determined to be sincere in what they say, and to carry out what they do. They are obstinate little men, yet perhaps they may make the next class." Tsz kung finally inquired, "Of what sort are those of the present day who engage in government?" The master said, "Pooh! There are so many pecks and hampers, not worth being taken into account." 21章，子曰：不得中行而与之，必也狂倦乎？狂者进取，倦者有所不为也。Chapter 21. The master said, "Since I cannot get men pursuing the due medium, to whom I might communicate my instructions, I must find the ardent and the cautiously decided. The ardent will advance and lay hold of truth; the cautiously decided will keep themselves from what is wrong." 22章，子曰：男人有言曰：仁而无恒，不可以作巫医，善夫。不恒其德，或成之修。子曰：不战而已矣。Chapter 22. The master said, "The people of the south have a saying, 'A man without constancy cannot be either a wizard or a doctor.' Good! inconstant in his virtue, he will be visited with disgrace. The Master said, this arises simply from not attending to the prognostication. 23章 子曰：君子和而不同，小人同而不和。 Chapter 23. The Master said, the superior man is affable but not adulatory. The mean man is adulatory but not affable. 24章 子贡问曰：乡人皆好之，何如？子曰：未可也。乡人皆恶之，何如？子曰：未可也。不如乡人之善者好之，其不善者恶之。 Chapter 24. 子贡 asked, saying, what do you say of a man who is loved by all the people of his neighborhood? The Master replied, we may not for that accord our approval of him. And what do you say of him who is hated by all the people of his neighborhood? The Master said, we may not for that conclude that he is bad. It is better than either of these cases that the good in the neighborhood love him and the bad hate him. 25章 子曰：君子易事而难悦也，悦之不以道，不悦也。及其使人也，弃之。小人难事而易悦也，悦之虽不以道，悦也。及其使人也，求备焉。 Chapter 25. The Master said, the superior man is easy to serve and difficult to please. If you try to please him in any way which is not accordant with right, he will not be pleased. But in his employment of men, he uses them according to their capacity. The mean man is difficult to serve and easy to please. If you try to please him, though it be in a way which is not accordant with right, he may be pleased. But in his employment of men, he wishes them to be equal to everything. 26章 子曰：君子泰而不骄，小人骄而不泰。 Chapter 26. The Master said, the superior man has a dignified ease without pride. The mean man has pride without a dignified ease. 27章 子曰：刚、毅、木、讷、敬人。 Chapter 27. The Master said, the firm, the enduring, the simple, and the modest are near to virtue. 28章 子路问曰：何如斯可谓之是矣？子曰：切切思思，怡怡如也，可谓是矣。朋友切切思思，兄弟怡怡。 Chapter 28. 子路 asked, saying, what qualities must a man possess to entitle him to be called a scholar? The Master said, he must be thus: earnest, urgent, and bland. Among his friends earnest and urgent, among his brethren bland. 29章 子曰：善人教民7年，亦可以及容矣。 Chapter 29. The Master said, let a good man teach the people 7 years, and they may then likewise be employed in war. 30章 子曰：以不教民战，是谓弃之。 Chapter 30. The Master said, to lead an uninstructed people to war is to throw them away. End of Book 13. Recording by Legge. Book 14 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 宪问第14 Book 14, 宪问。第1章，宪问耻。子曰：邦有道，古；邦无道，古，耻也。Chapter 1. Xian asked what was shameful. The Master said, when good government prevails in a state, to be thinking only of salary. and when bad government prevails, to be thinking in the same way only of salary. This is shameful. 第二章克伐怨欲不行焉，可以为仁矣。子曰：可以为难矣，仁则无不知也。Chapter 2. When the love of superiority, boasting, resentments, and covetousness are repressed, this may be deemed perfect virtue. The Master said, this may be regarded as the achievement of what is difficult, but I do not know that it is to be deemed perfect virtue. 第三章子曰：士而怀居，不足以为士矣。Chapter 3. The Master said, the scholar who cherishes the love of comfort is not fit to be deemed a scholar. 第四章子曰：邦有道，威严威行；邦无道，威行严训。Chapter 4. The Master said, when good government prevails in a state, language may be lofty and bold, and actions the same. When bad government prevails, the actions may be lofty and bold, but the language may be with some reserve. 第五章子曰：有德者必有言，有言者不必有德；仁者必有勇，勇者不必有仁。Chapter 5. The Master said, the virtuous will be sure to speak correctly, but those whose speech is good may not always be virtuous. Men of principle are sure to be bold, but those who are bold may not always be men of principle. 第六章南宫括问于孔子曰：益善射，傲荡周，惧不得其死然。与季公家，而有天下。夫子不答。南宫括出，子曰：君子在若人，上德在若人。Chapter 6. Nan Gongquo, submitting an inquiry to Confucius, said, Yi was skillful at archery, and all could move a boat along upon the land, but neither of them died a natural death. Yu and Ji personally wrought at the toils of husbandry, and they became possessors of the kingdom. The Master made no reply, but when Nan Gongquo went out, he said, A superior man indeed is this, an esteemer of virtue indeed is this. 第七章子曰：君子而不仁者有一夫，未有小人而仁者也。Chapter 7. The Master said, Superior men, and yet not always virtuous. There have been, alas! But there never has been a mean man, and at the same time virtuous. 第八章子曰：爱之能勿劳乎？忠言能勿讳乎？ Chapter 8. The Master said, Can there be love which does not lead to strictness with its object? Can there be loyalty which does not lead to the instruction of its object? 第九章子曰：为命必臣草创之，世书讨论之，行人子语修饰之，东篱子产润色之。Chapter 9. The Master said, in preparing the governmental notifications, Bi Chen first made the rough draught. Shi Shu examined and discussed its contents. Zi Yu, the manager of foreign intercourse, then polished the style, and finally, Zi Chan of Dongli gave it the proper elegance and finish. 第10章或问子产，子曰：惠人也。问子奚，曰：彼哉，彼哉。问管仲，曰：仁也。夺博士便宜300，饭疏食，莫齿无怨言。Chapter 10. Someone asked about Tzu Chan. The Master said, He was a kind man. He asked about Tzu Xi. The Master said, That man, that man. He asked about Guan Zhong. For him, said the Master, the city of Pian, with 300 families, was taken from the chief of the Bo family, who did not utter a murmuring word, though to the end of his life he had only coarse rice to eat. 11章 子曰：贫而无怨，难；富而无骄，易。Chapter 11. The Master said, To be poor without murmuring is difficult. To be rich without being proud is easy. 12章子曰：孟公绰为赵魏老则忧，不可以为腾穴大夫。Chapter 12. The Master said, Meng Gongchuo is more than fit to be chief officer in the families of Zhao and Wei, but he is not fit to be great officer to either of the states Tang or Xue. 13章子路问成人。子曰：若丈武仲之知，公绰之不欲，卞庄子之勇，然求之义，闻之以礼乐，亦可以为成人矣。曰：今之成人者，何必然？见利思义，见危受命，久夭不忘平生之言，亦可以为成人矣。Chapter 13. 子路 asked what constituted a complete man. The Master said, Suppose a man with the knowledge of Zang Wu Zhong, the freedom from covetousness of Gong Chuo, the bravery of Zhuang of Bian, and the varied talents of Ran Qiu, add to these the accomplishments of the rules of propriety and music. Such a one might be reckoned a complete man. He then added, But what is the necessity for a complete man of the present day to have all these things? The man who in the view of gain thinks of righteousness, who in the view of danger is prepared to give up his life, and who does not forget an old agreement however far back it extends, such a man may be reckoned a complete man. 14章子问公叔文子于公明甲曰：信乎夫子不言不孝不取乎？公明甲对曰：以告者过也。夫子食然后言，人不厌其言；乐然后笑，人不厌其笑；义然后取，人不厌其取。子曰：其然，岂其然乎？ Chapter 14. The Master asked Gongmingjia about Gongshu Wen, saying, Is it true that your master speaks not, laughs not, and takes not? Gongmingjia replied, This has arisen from the reporters going beyond the truth. My master speaks when it is time to speak, and so men do not get tired of his speaking. He laughs when there is occasion to be joyful, and so men do not get tired of his laughing. He takes when it is consistent with righteousness to do so, and so men do not get tired of his taking. The Master said, So, but is it so with him? 15章子曰：臧武仲以防求为后于鲁，虽曰不邀君，吾不信也。 Chapter 15. The Master said, Zang Wu Zhong, keeping possession of Fang, asked of the Duke of Lu to appoint a successor to him in his family. Although it may be said that he was not using force with his sovereign, I believe he was. 16章子曰：晋文公决而不正，齐桓公正而不决。 Chapter 16. The Master said, The Duke Wen of Jing was crafty and not upright. The Duke Huan of Qi was upright and not crafty. 17章子路曰：桓公杀公子纠，招乎死之，管仲不死。曰：为人乎？子曰：桓公九合诸侯，不以兵车，管仲之利也。如其人，如其人。 Chapter 17. Tsz lu said, The Duke Huan caused his brother Jiu to be killed, when Zhao Hu died with his master, but Guan Zhong did not die. May not I say that he was wanting in virtue? The master said, "The Duke Huan assembled all the princes together, and that not with weapons of war and chariots. It was all through the influence of Kwan Chung. Whose beneficence was like his? Whose beneficence was like his?" 章，子贡曰：管仲非人者欤？桓公杀公子纠，不能死，又相之。子曰：管仲相桓公，霸诸侯，一匡天下，明道于今，受其次。唯管仲，吾其披发左人矣。其若匹夫匹妇之为量也，自尽于钩毒而莫知之也。Chapter 18. Tsze Kung said, Kwan Chung, I apprehend, was wanting in virtue. When the Duke Huan caused his brother Chiu to be killed, Kwan Chung was not able to die with him. Moreover, he became prime minister to Huan. The master said, Kwan Chung acted as prime minister to the Duke Huan, made him leader of all the princes, and united and rectified the whole kingdom. Down to the present day, the people enjoy the gifts which he conferred. But for Kwan Chung, we should now be wearing our hair unbound and the lappets of our coats buttoning on the left side. We require from him the small fidelity of common men and common women who would commit suicide in a stream of ditch, no one knowing anything about them. 章，公叔文子之臣，大夫荀，与文子同生诸公。子闻之曰：可以为文矣。Chapter 19. The great officer Xun, who had been family minister to Kung Shu Wen, ascended to the prince's court in company with Wen. The master, having heard of it, said, he deserved to be considered Wen, the accomplished. 章，子言卫灵公之无道也。康子曰：夫如是，息而不丧。孔子曰：仲舒与治宾客，祝陀治宗庙，王孙贾治军旅，夫如是，息其丧。Chapter 20. The master was speaking about the unprincipled course of the Duke Ling of Wei, when Ki Kang said, Since he is of such a character, how is it he does not lose his state? Confucius said, The Zhong Shu Yu has the superintendence of his guests and of strangers. The litanist Tuo has the management of his ancestral temple, and Wang Sun Jia has the direction of the army and forces. With such officers as these, how should he lose his state? 章，子曰：其言之不作，则为之也难。Chapter 21. The master said, He who speaks without modesty will find it difficult to make his words good. 章，臣臣子是简公。孔子沐浴而朝，告于哀公曰：臣恒视其君，请讨之。公曰：告夫三子。孔子曰：以吾从大夫之后，不敢不告也。君曰：告夫三子者，知三子告不可。孔子曰：以吾从大夫之后，不敢不告也。Chapter 22. Chen Chen murdered the Duke Jian of Qi. Confucius bathed, went to court, and informed the Duke Ai, saying, Chen Hun has slain his sovereign. I beg that you will undertake to punish him. The Duke said, Inform the chiefs of the three families of it. Confucius retired and said, Following in the rear of the great officers, I did not dare not to represent such a matter, and my prince says, Inform the chiefs of the three families of it. He went to the chiefs, and informed them, but they would not act. Confucius then said, Following the rear of the great officers, I did not dare not to represent such a matter. 章，子路问弑君。子曰：勿欺也，而犯之。Chapter 23. Tsze Lu asked how a ruler should be served. The master said, Do not impose on him, and, moreover, withstand him to his face. 章， 子曰：君子上达，小人下达。Chapter 24. The Master said, The progress of the superior man is upwards. The progress of the mean man is downwards. 25章，子曰：古之学者为己，今之学者为人。Chapter 25. The Master said, In ancient times, men learned with a view to their own improvement. Nowadays, men learn with a view to the approbation of others. 26章，蘧伯玉使人于孔子。孔子与之坐，而问焉，曰：夫子何为？对曰：夫子欲寡其过，而未能也。使者出。子曰：使乎！使乎！ Chapter 26. 蘧伯玉 sent a messenger with friendly inquiries to Confucius. Confucius sat with him and questioned him. What, said he, is your master engaged in? The messenger replied, My master is anxious to make his faults few, but he has not yet succeeded. He then went out, and the master said, A messenger indeed! A messenger indeed! 27章，子曰：不在其位，不谋其政。Chapter 27. The Master said, He who is not in any particular office has nothing to do with plans for the administration of its duties. 28章，曾子曰：君子思不出其位。Chapter 28. The philosopher Tsang said, The superior man in his thoughts does not go out of his place. 29章，子曰：君子耻其言而过其行。Chapter 29. The Master said, The superior man is modest in his speech, but exceeds in his actions. 30章，子曰：君子道者三，我无能言。仁者不忧，智者不惑，勇者不惧。子贡曰：夫子自道也。Chapter 30. The Master said, The way of the superior man is threefold, but I am not equal to it. Virtuous, he is free from anxieties. Wise, he is free from perplexities. Bold, he is free from fear. Tsze Kung said, Master, that is what you yourself say. 31章，子贡方人。子曰：次也贤乎哉！夫我则不暇。Chapter 31. Tsze Kung was in the habit of comparing men together. The Master said, Tsze must have reached a high pitch of excellence. Now I have not leisure for this. 32章，子曰：不患人之不己知，患其不能也。Chapter 32. The Master said, I will not be concerned at men's not knowing me. I will be concerned at my own want of ability. 33章，子曰：不逆诈，不义不信，义亦先觉者，是贤乎？ Chapter 33. The Master said, He who does not anticipate attempts to deceive him, nor think beforehand of his not being believed, and yet apprehends these things readily when they occur, is he not a man of superior worth? 34章，微生母谓孔子曰：丘，何为是熙熙者于？吾乃为佞乎？孔子曰：非敢为佞也，即故也。Chapter 34. Wei Shengmu said to Confucius, Qiu, how is it that you keep roosting about? Is it not that you are an insinuating talker? Confucius said, I do not dare to play the part of such a talker, but I hate obstinacy. 35章，子曰：计不称其力，称其德也。Chapter 35. The Master said, A horse is called a ji not because of its strength, but because of its other good qualities. 36章， 或曰：以德报怨，何如？子曰：何以报德？以直报怨，以德报德。Chapter 36. Someone said, "What do you say concerning the principle that injury should be recompensed with kindness?" The Master said, "With what then will you recompense kindness? Recompense injury with justice, and recompense kindness with kindness." 37章，子曰：莫我之也夫。子贡曰：何为其莫之子也？子曰：不怨天，不尤人，下学而上达，知我者其天乎？ Chapter 37. The Master said, "Alas, there is no one that knows me." Tsze kung said, "What do you mean by thus saying that no one knows you?" The Master replied, "I do not murmur against heaven. I do not grumble against men. My studies lie low and my penetration rises high. But there is heaven that knows me." 38章，公伯僚诉子路于季孙，子服景伯以告。曰：夫子固有惑至于公伯僚，武力犹能四诸世朝。子曰：道之将行也于命也，道之将废也于命也。公伯僚其如命何？ Chapter 38. The 公伯僚, having slandered Tsze lu to Ji Sun, Zifu Jingbo informed Confucius of it, saying, "Our master is certainly being led astray by the 公伯僚, but I have still power enough left to cut Liao off, and expose his corpse in the market and in the court." The Master said, "If my principles are to advance, it is so ordered. If they are to fall to the ground, it is so ordered. What can the 公伯僚do where such ordering is concerned?" 39章，子曰：贤者必士，其次必地，其次必色，其次必言。 Chapter 39. The Master said, "Some men of worth retire from the world. Some retire from particular states. Some retire because of disrespectful looks. Some retire because of contradictory language." 40章，子曰：作者七人矣。 Chapter 40. The Master said, "Those who have done this are 7 men." 41章，子路宿于石门，城门曰：西字。子路曰：自恐是。曰：使知其不可而为之者欤？ Chapter 41. Tsze lu happening to pass the night in Shimen, the gatekeeper said to him, "Whom do you come from?" Tsze lu said, "From Mr. K'ung." "It is he, is it not," said the other, "who knows the impracticable nature of the times and yet will be doing in them?" 42章，子姬庆于魏，有何愧而过孔氏之门者？曰：有心在姬庆乎？继而曰：彼在坑坑乎！莫己知也，思己而已矣。深则利，浅则揭。子曰：果哉，莫之难矣。 Chapter 42. The Master was playing one day on a musical stone in Wei, when a man carrying a straw basket passed the door of the house where Confucius was, and said, "His heart is full who so beats the musical stone." A little while after he added, "How contemptible is the one-idea'd obstinacy those sounds display! When one is taken no notice of, he has simply at once to give over his wish for public employment. Deep water must be crossed with the clothes on, shallow water may be crossed with the clothes held up." The Master said, "How determined is he in his purpose! But this is not difficult." 43章，子张曰：书云，高宗亮阴，3年不言，何谓也？子曰：何必高宗？古之人皆然。君薨，百官总己以听于冢宰3年。 Chapter 43. Tsz chang said, "What is meant when the Shu says that Gao Zong, while observing the usual imperial mourning, was for 3 years without speaking?" The Master said, "Why must Gao Zong be referred to as an example of this? The ancients all did so. When the sovereign died, the officers all attended to their several duties, taking instructions from the prime minister for 3 years." 44章 子曰：上好礼，则民易时也。 Chapter 44. The Master said, "When rulers love to observe the rules of propriety, the people respond readily to the calls on them for service." 45章 子路问君子。子曰：修己以敬。曰：如斯而已乎？曰：修己以安人。曰：如斯而已乎？曰：修己以安百姓。修己以安百姓，尧舜其有病诸？ Chapter 45. Tsz lu asked what constituted the superior man. The Master said, "The cultivation of himself in reverential carefulness." "And is this all?" said Tsz lu. "He cultivates himself so as to give rest to others," was the reply. "And is this all?" again asked Tsz lu. The Master said, "He cultivates himself so as to give rest to all the people." "He cultivates himself so as to give rest to all the people." Even Yao and Shun were still solicitous about this. 46章 元攘夷四。子曰：幼而不逊弟，长而无数焉，老而不死，是为贼。以杖扣其筋。 Chapter 46. Yuan Rang was squatting on his heels, and so waited the approach of the Master, who said to him, "In youth not humble as befits a junior, in manhood doing nothing worthy of being handed down, and living on to old age, this is to be a pest." With this he hit him on the shank with his staff. 47章 却当童子将命。或问之曰：义者于？子曰：吾见其居于位也，见其与先生并行也，非求义者也，与速成者也。 Chapter 47. A youth of the village of Chue was employed by Confucius to carry the messages between him and his visitors. Someone asked about him, saying, "I suppose he has made great progress." The Master said, "I observe that he is fond of occupying the seat of a full-grown man. I observe that he walks shoulder to shoulder with his elders. He is not one who is seeking to make progress in learning. He wishes quickly to become a man." End of Book 14. Recording by Legge. Book 15 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 卫灵公第15 Book 15 卫灵公 第一章 卫灵公问臣于孔子。孔子对曰：祖斗之事，则常闻之矣；军旅之事，谓之学也。明日遂行。在臣绝粮，从者病，莫能兴。子路运谏曰：君子亦有穷乎？子曰：君子固穷，小人穷斯滥矣。 Chapter 1. The Duke Ling of Wei asked Confucius about tactics. Confucius replied, "I have heard all about sacrificial vessels, but I have not learned military matters." On this he took his departure the next day. When he was in Ch'in, their provisions were exhausted, and his followers became so ill that they were unable to rise. Tsz lu, with evident dissatisfaction, said, "Has the superior man likewise to endure in this way?" The Master said, "The superior man may indeed have to endure want, but the mean man, when he is in want, gives way to unbridled license." 第二章 子曰：次也。予以愚为多学而致之者与？对曰：然，非愚。曰：非也，愚一以贯之。Chapter 2. The Master said, Tsze, you think, I suppose, that I am one who learns many things and keeps them in memory. Tsze kung replied, Yes. But perhaps it is not so. No, was the answer. I seek a unity all-pervading. 第三章，子曰：由知德者鲜矣。Chapter 3. The Master said, Yo, those who know virtue are few. 第四章，子曰：无为而治者，其顺也与？夫何为哉？攻己正南面而已矣。Chapter 4. The Master said, May not Shun be instanced as having governed efficiently without exertion? What did he do? He did nothing but gravely and reverently occupy his royal seat. 第五章，子张问行。子曰：言忠信，行笃敬，虽蛮貊之邦，行矣。言不忠信，行不笃敬，虽周礼，行乎哉？立则见其参于前也，在语则见其已于恒也。夫然后行。子张书诸身。Chapter 5. Tsze chang asked how a man should conduct himself so as to be everywhere appreciated. The Master said, Let his words be sincere and truthful, and his actions honorable and careful. Such conduct may be practiced among the rude tribes of the south or the north. If his words be not sincere and truthful, and his actions not honorable and careful, will he, with such conduct, be appreciated even in his neighborhood? When he is standing, let him see those two things, as it were, fronting him. When he is in a carriage, let him see them attached to the yoke. Then may he subsequently carry them into practice. Tsze chang wrote these counsels on the end of his sash. 第六章，子曰：直哉始于，邦有道如始，邦有道如始。君子在衢伯玉，邦有道则仕，邦无道则可卷而怀之。Chapter 6. The Master said, Truly straightforward was the historiographer Yu. When good government prevailed in his state, he was like an arrow. When bad government prevailed, he was like an arrow. A superior man indeed is Qu Bo Yu. When good government prevails in his state, he is to be found in office. When bad government prevails, he can roll his principles up and keep them in his breast. 第七章，子曰：可与言而不与之言，失人不可与言而与之言，失言。智者不失人，亦不失言。Chapter 7. The Master said, When a man may be spoken with, not to speak to him is to err in reference to the man. When a man may not be spoken with, to speak to him is to err in reference to our words. The wise err neither in regard to their man nor to their words. 第八章，子曰：治世仁人，无求生以害人，有杀身以成仁。Chapter 8. The Master said, The determined scholar and the man of virtue will not seek to live at the expense of injuring their virtue. They will even sacrifice their lives to preserve their virtue complete. 第九章，子贡问为人。子曰：公欲善其事，必先利其器。居士邦也，是其大夫之贤者，有其事之仁者。Chapter 9. Tsze kung asked about the practice of virtue. The Master said, The mechanic, who wishes to do his work well, must first sharpen his tools. When you are living in any state, take service with the most worthy among its great officers, and make friends of the most virtuous among its scholars. 第十章，颜渊问为邦。子曰：行夏之时，沉阴之路，福州之冕。悦则少武，放正身，远令人。正身迎，令人待。 Chapter 10. Yen Yuan asked how the government of a country should be administered. The Master said, "Follow the seasons of Sha, ride in the state carriage of Yin, wear the ceremonial cap of Zhou, let the music be the shao with its pantomimes. Banish the songs of Ch'en and keep far from specious talkers. The songs of Ch'en are licentious, specious talkers are dangerous." 11章，子曰：人无远虑，必有近忧。Chapter 11. The Master said, "If a man take no thought about what is distant, he will find sorrow near at hand." 12章，子曰：以一乎，吾未见好德如好色者也。Chapter 12. The Master said, "It is all over. I have not seen one who loves virtue as he loves beauty." 13章，子曰：臧文仲，其窃位者愚，知柳下惠之贤而不与利也。Chapter 13. The Master said, "Was not Zhang Wen like one who had stolen his situation? He knew the virtue and the talents of Hui of Liu Xia, and yet did not procure that he should stand with him in court." 14章，子曰：公自厚而薄责于人，则远怨矣。Chapter 14. The Master said, "He who requires much from himself and little from others will keep himself from being the object of resentment." 15章，子曰：不曰如之何，如之何者，吾莫如之何也已矣。Chapter 15. The Master said, "When a man is not in the habit of saying, 'What shall I think of this? What shall I think of this?' I can indeed do nothing with him." 16章，子曰：群居终日，言不及义，好行小惠，难矣哉。Chapter 16. The Master said, "When a number of people are together for a whole day without their conversation turning on righteousness, and when they are fond of carrying out the suggestions of small shrewdness, theirs is indeed a hard case." 17章，子曰：君子义以为质，礼以行之，训以出之，信以成之，君子哉。Chapter 17. The Master said, "The superior man in everything considers righteousness to be essential. He performs it according to the rules of propriety. He brings it forth in humility. He completes it with sincerity. This is indeed a superior man." 18章，子曰：君子病无能焉，不病人之不己知也。Chapter 18. The Master said, "The superior man is distressed by his want of ability. He is not distressed by men's not knowing him." 19章，子曰：君子即莫视而民不称焉。Chapter 19. The Master said, "The superior man dislikes the thought of his name not being mentioned after his death." 20章，子曰：君子求诸己，小人求诸人。Chapter 20. The Master said, "What the superior man seeks is in himself. What the mean man seeks is in others." 21章，子曰：君子精而不争，群而不党。Chapter 21. The Master said, "The superior man is dignified, but does not wrangle. He is sociable, but not a partisan." 22章，子曰：君子不以言举人，不以人废言。Chapter 22. The Master said, "The superior man does not promote a man simply on account of his words, nor does he put aside good words because of the man." 23章，子贡问曰：有一言而可以终身行之者乎？子曰：其恕乎！己所不欲，勿施于人。Chapter 23. Tsze Kung asked, saying, "Is there one word which may serve as a rule of practice for all one's life?" The Master said, Is not reciprocity such a word? What you do not want done to yourself, do not do to others. 24章，子曰：吾之于人也，谁毁？谁欲？如有所欲者，其有所示矣。斯民也，三代之所以直道而行也。Chapter 24. The Master said, "In my dealings with men, whose evils do I blame, whose goodness do I praise, beyond what is proper? If I do sometimes exceed in praise, there must be ground for it in my examination of the individual." This people supplied the ground why the three dynasties pursued the path of straightforwardness. 25章，子曰：吾犹及使之阙文也。有马者，借人乘之，今无一夫。Chapter 25. The Master said, "Even in my early days, a historiographer would leave a blank in his text, and he who had a horse would lend him to another to ride. Now, alas, there are no such things." 26章，子曰：巧言乱德，小不忍则乱大谋。Chapter 26. The Master said, "Specious words confound virtue. Want of forbearance in small matters confounds great plans." 27章，子曰：众恶之，必察焉；众好之，必察焉。Chapter 27. The Master said, "When the multitude hate a man, it is necessary to examine into the case. When the multitude like a man, it is necessary to examine into the case." 28章，子曰：人能弘道，非道弘人。Chapter 28. The Master said, "A man can enlarge the principles which he follows. Those principles do not enlarge the man." 29章，子曰：过而不改，是谓过矣。Chapter 29. The Master said, "To have faults and not to reform them, this, indeed, should be pronounced having faults." 30章，子曰：吾尝终日不食，终夜不寝，以思无益，不如学也。Chapter 30. The Master said, "I have been the whole day without eating, and the whole night without sleeping, occupied with thinking. It was of no use. The better plan is to learn." 31章，子曰：君子谋道不谋食，耕也，馁在其中矣；学也，禄在其中矣。君子忧道，不忧贫。Chapter 31. The Master said, "The object of the superior man is truth. Food is not his object. There is plowing; even in that there is sometimes want. So, with learning, emolument may be found in it. The superior man is anxious lest he should not get truth; he is not anxious lest poverty should come upon him." 32章，子曰：志极之，人不能守之，虽得之，必失之。志极之，人能守之，不庄以立之，则民不敬。志极之，人能守之，庄以立之，动之不以礼，未善也。Chapter 32. The Master said, "When a man's knowledge is sufficient to attain, and his virtue is not sufficient to enable him to hold, whatever he may have gained, he will lose again. When his knowledge is sufficient to attain, and he has virtue enough to hold fast, if he cannot govern with dignity, the people will not respect him. When his knowledge is sufficient to attain, and he has virtue enough to hold fast, when he governs also with dignity, yet if he try to move the people contrary to the rules of propriety, full excellence is not reached." 33章，子曰：君子不可小知，而可大受也；小人不可大受，而可小知也。Chapter 33. The Master said, "The superior man cannot be known in little matters, but he may be entrusted with great concerns. The small man may not be entrusted with great concerns, but he may be known in little matters." 34章，子曰：民之于人也，甚于水火。水火无见导而死者矣，未见导人而死者也。Chapter 34. The Master said, Virtue is more to man than neither water or fire. I have seen men die from treading on water and fire, but I have never seen a man die from treading the course of virtue. 35章，子曰：当仁不让于师。Chapter 35. The Master said, Let every man consider virtue as what devolves on himself. He may not yield the performance of it even to his teacher. 36章，子曰：君子真而不亮。Chapter 36. The Master said, The superior man is correctly firm, and not firm merely. 37章，子曰：事君尽其事，而后其实。Chapter 37. The Master said, A minister, in serving his prince, reverently discharges his duties, and makes his emolument a secondary consideration. 38章，子曰：有教无类。Chapter 38. The Master said, In teaching there should be no distinction of classes. 39章，子曰：道不同，不相为谋。Chapter 39. The Master said, Those whose courses are different cannot lay plans for one another. 40章，子曰：辞达而已矣。Chapter 40. The Master said, In language it is simply required that it convey the meaning. 41章，师免见，即接。子曰：接也。即习。子曰：习也。皆坐。子告之曰：某在思，某在思。师免出。子张问曰：与师言之道与？子曰：然，故向师之道也。Chapter 41. The music master, Mian, having called upon him, when they came to the steps, the Master said, Here are the steps. When they came to the mat for the guest to sit upon, he said, Here is the mat. When all were seated, the Master informed him, saying, So and so is here, so and so is here. The music master, Mian, having gone out, Tsz chang asked, saying, Is it the rule to tell those things to the music master? The Master said, Yes, this is certainly the rule for those who lead the blind. End of Book 15. Recording by Li Jing. Book 16 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 记事第16 Book 16, 记事。第一章，记事将伐颛臾。然有记录见于孔子曰：记事将有事于颛臾。孔子曰：求，吾乃尔事过于？夫颛臾者，昔者先王以为东盟主，且在城邦之中矣，是社稷之臣也，何以伐为？然有曰：夫子欲之，吾二臣者皆不欲也。孔子曰：求，周任有言曰：臣立就列，不能者止。威而不持，颠而不服，则将焉用彼相矣。其二言过矣。虎兕出于峡，龟玉毁于毒中，是谁之过与？然有曰：今夫颛臾，故而近于弊，今不取，后世必为子孙忧。孔子曰：求，君子疾夫舍曰欲之，而必为之辞。丘也闻有国有家者，不患寡而患不均，不患贫而患不安。盖均无贫，和无寡，安无亲。夫如是，则远人不服，则修文德以来之；既来之，则安之。今有与求也，相夫子，远人不服而不能来也，邦分崩离析而不能守也，而谋动干戈于邦内。 吾恐季孙之忧，不在颛臾，而在萧墙之内也。Chapter 1. The head of the Ji family was going to attack Zhuan Yu. Ran Yu and Ji Lu had an interview with Confucius, and said, "Our chief Ji is going to commence operations against Zhuan Yu." Confucius said, "Ch'iu, is it not you who are in fault here? Now, in regard to Zhuan Yu, long ago a former king appointed its ruler to preside over the sacrifices to the Eastern Mang. Moreover, it is in the midst of the territory of our state, and its ruler is a minister in direct connection with the sovereign. What has your chief to do with attacking it?" Ran Yu said, "Our master wishes the thing, neither of us two ministers wishes it." Confucius said, "Ch'iu, they are the words of Chou Ren. When he can put forth his ability, he takes his place in the ranks of office. When he finds himself unable to do so, he retires from it. How can he be used as a guide to a blind man who does not support him when tottering, nor raise him up when fallen? And further, you speak wrongly. When a tiger or rhinoceros escapes from his cage, when a tortoise or piece of jade is injured in its repository, whose is the fault?" Ran Yu said, "But at present Zhuan Yu is strong and near to be. If our chief do not take it, it will hereafter be a sorrow to his descendants." Confucius said, "Ch'iu, the superior man hates that declining to say, 'I want such and such a thing,' and framing explanations for the conduct. I have heard that rulers of states and chiefs of families are not troubled lest their people should be few, but are troubled lest they should not keep their several places; that they are not troubled with fears of poverty, but are troubled with fears of want of contented repose among the people in their several places. For when the people keep their several places, there will be no poverty. When harmony prevails, there will be no scarcity of people. And when there is such a contented repose, there will be no rebellious upsettings. So it is. Therefore, if remoter people are not submissive, all the influences of civil culture and virtue are to be cultivated to attract them to be so. And when they have been so attracted, they must be made contented and tranquil. Now, here are you, Yu and Ch'iu, assisting your chief. Remoter people are not submissive, and, with your help, he cannot attract them to him. In his own territory there are divisions and downfalls, leavings and separations, and, with your help, he cannot preserve it. And yet he is planning these hostile movements within the state. I am afraid that the sorrow of the Ji Sun family will not be on account of Zhuan Yu, but will be found within the screen of their own court." 第二章，孔子曰：“天下有道，则礼乐征伐自天子出；天下无道，则礼乐征伐自诸侯出。自诸侯出，盖十世奚不施矣；自大夫出，五世奚不施矣；陪臣执国命，三世奚不施矣。天下有道，则政不在大夫；天下有道，则庶人不义。” Chapter 2. Confucius said, "When good government prevails in the empire, ceremonies, music, and punitive military expeditions proceed from the Son of Heaven. When bad government prevails in the empire, ceremonies, music, and punitive military expeditions proceed from the princes. When these things proceed from the princes, as a rule, the cases will be few in which they do not lose their power in 10 generations. When they proceed from the great officers of the princes, as a rule, the cases will be few in which they do not lose their power in 5 generations. When the subsidiary ministers of the great officers hold in their grasp the orders of the state, as a rule, the cases will be few in which they do not lose their power in 3 generations. When right principles prevail in the kingdom, government will not be in the hands of the great officers. When right principles prevail in the kingdom, there will be no discussions among the common people. 第三章，孔子曰：“禄之去公事，五事矣；政逮于大夫，四事矣。 故夫三桓之子孙危矣. Chapter 3. Confucius said, the revenue of the state has left the ducal house now for 5 generations. The government has been in the hands of the great officers for 4 generations. On this account, the descendants of the 3 Huan are much reduced. 第4章，孔子曰：益者三有，损者三有。有直，有量，有多闻，益矣；有辩辟，有善柔，有辩令，损益。Chapter 4. Confucius said, there are 3 friendships which are advantageous, and 3 which are injurious: friendship with the upright, friendship with the sincere, and friendship with the men of much observation. These are advantageous. Friendship with the men of specious airs, friendship with the insinuatingly soft, and friendship with the glib-tongued, these are injurious. 第5章，孔子曰：益者三乐，损者三乐。乐结礼乐，乐道人之善，乐多贤友，益矣；乐交乐，乐益游，乐宴乐，损益。Chapter 5. Confucius said, there are 3 things men find enjoyment in which are advantageous, and 3 things they find enjoyment in which are injurious: to find enjoyment in the discriminating study of ceremonies and music; to find enjoyment in speaking of the goodness of others; to find enjoyment in having many worthy friends. These are advantageous. To find enjoyment in extravagant pleasures; to find enjoyment in idleness and sauntering; to find enjoyment in the pleasures of feasting, these are injurious. 第6章，孔子曰：士于君子有3千，言未及之而言，谓之躁；言及之而不言，谓之隐；未见颜色而言，谓之古。Chapter 6. Confucius said, there are 3 errors to which they who stand in the presence of a man of virtue and station are liable. They may speak when it does not come to them to speak. This is called rashness. They may not speak when it comes to them to speak. This is called concealment. They may speak without looking at the countenance of their superior. This is called blindness. 第7章，孔子曰：君子有3戒。少之时，血气未定，戒之在色；及其壮也，血气方刚，戒之在斗；及其老也，血气既衰，戒之在德。Chapter 7. Confucius said, there are 3 things which the superior man guards against. In youth, when the physical powers are not yet settled, he guards against lust. When he is strong and the physical powers are full of vigor, he guards against quarrelsomeness. When he is old and the animal powers are decayed, he guards against covetousness. 第8章，孔子曰：君子有3畏，畏天命，畏大人，畏圣人之言。小人不知天命而不畏也，侠大人，无圣人之言。Chapter 8. Confucius said, there are 3 things of which the superior man stands in awe. He stands in awe of the ordinances of heaven. He stands in awe of great men. He stands in awe of the words of sages. The mean man does not know the ordinances of heaven, and consequently does not stand in awe of them. He is disrespectful to great men. He makes sport of the words of sages. 第9章，孔子曰：生而知之者，上也；学而知之者，次也；困而学之，又其次也；困而不学，民斯为下矣。Chapter 9. Confucius said, those who are born with the possession of knowledge are the highest class of men. Those who learn, and so readily get possession of knowledge, are the next. Those who are dull and stupid, and yet compass the learning, are another class next to these. As to those who are dull and stupid and yet do not learn, they are the lowest of the people. 第10章，孔子曰：君子有9思，视思明，听思聪，色思温，貌思恭，言思忠，事思敬，疑思问，愤思难，见得思义。 Chapter 10. Confucius said, "The superior man has 9 things which are subjects with him of thoughtful consideration. In regard to the use of his eyes, he is anxious to see clearly. In regard to the use of his ears, he is anxious to hear distinctly. In regard to his countenance, he is anxious that it should be benign. In regard to his demeanor, he is anxious that it should be respectful. In regard to his speech, he is anxious that it should be sincere. In regard to his doing of business, he is anxious that it should be reverently careful. In regard to what he doubts about, he is anxious to question others. When he is angry, he thinks of the difficulties his anger may involve him in. When he sees gain to be got, he thinks of righteousness." 11章，孔子曰：见善如不及，见不善如探汤。吾见其人矣，吾闻其语矣。隐居以求其志，行义以达其道。吾闻其语矣，未见其人也。 Chapter 11. Confucius said, "Contemplating good and pursuing it, as if they could not reach it. Contemplating evil and shrinking from it, as they would from thrusting the hand into boiling water. I have seen such men, as I have heard such words. Living in retirement to study their aims, and practicing righteousness to carry out their principles. I have heard these words, but I have not seen such men." 12章，齐景公有马1000驷，死之日，民无德而称焉。伯夷叔齐饿死于首阳之下，民道于今称之。其斯之谓与。 Chapter 12. The Duke Jin of Qi had 1,000 teams, each of 4 horses, but on the day of his death the people did not praise him for a single virtue. Bo Yi and Shu Qi died of hunger at the foot of the Shouyang mountain, and the people, down to the present time, praise them. Is not that saying illustrated by this? 13章，陈刚问于伯鱼曰：子亦有一文乎？对曰：未也。常独立，礼屈而过庭。曰：学诗乎？对曰：未也。不学诗，无以言。礼退而学诗。他日又独立，礼屈而过庭。曰：学礼乎？对曰：未也。不学礼，无以立。礼退而学礼。闻斯二者。陈刚退而喜曰：问一得三，闻诗，闻礼，又闻君子之怨其子也。 Chapter 13. Chen Gang asked Bo Yu, saying, "Have you heard any lessons from your father different from what we have all heard?" Bo Yu replied, "No. He was standing alone once, when I passed below the hall with hasty steps, and said to me, 'Have you learned the odes?' On my replying, 'Not yet,' he added, 'If you do not learn the odes, you will not be fit to converse with.' I retired and studied the odes. Another day, he was in the same way standing alone, when I passed by below the hall with hasty steps, and said to me, 'Have you learned the rules of propriety?' On my replying, 'Not yet,' he added, 'If you do not learn the rules of propriety, your character cannot be established.' I then retired, and learned the rules of propriety. I have heard only these 2 things from him." Chen Gang retired, and, quite delighted, said, "I asked 1 thing, and I have got 3 things. I have heard about the odes. I have heard about the rules of propriety. I have also heard that the superior man maintains a distant reserve towards his son." 14章，邦君子之妻，君称之曰夫人。夫人自称小童， 邦人称之曰君夫人，称诸异邦曰寡小君，异邦人称之亦曰君夫人。Chapter 14. The wife of the prince of a state is called by him 夫人. She calls herself 小童. The people of the state call her 君夫人, and to the people of other states they call her 寡小君. The people of other states also call her 君夫人. End of chapter 16. Recording by Legge. Book 17 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 阳货第17 Book 17, 阳货 第一章 阳货遇见孔子，孔子不见。窥孔子屯，孔子视其无也，而往拜之。欲诸徒。谓孔子曰：来，与语而言。曰：怀其宝而迷其邦，可谓仁乎？曰：不可。好从事而弃失时，可谓智乎？曰：不可。日月逝矣，岁不我与。孔子曰：诺，吾将事矣。Chapter 1. Yang Huo wished to see Confucius, but Confucius would not go to see him. On this, he sent a present of a pig to Confucius, who, having chosen a time when Huo was not at home, went to pay his respects for the gift. He met him, however, on the way. Huo said to Confucius, Come, let me speak with you. He then asked, Can he be called benevolent who keeps his jewel in his bosom and leaves his country to confusion? Confucius replied, No. Can he be called wise who is anxious to be engaged in public employment, and yet is constantly losing the opportunity of being so? Confucius again said, No. The days and months are passing away, the years do not wait for us. Confucius said, Right, I will go into office. 第二章 子曰：性相近也，习相远也。Chapter 2. The Master said, By nature men are nearly alike. By practice they get to be wide apart. 第三章子曰：为上智与下愚不移。Chapter 3. The Master said, There are only the wise of the highest class and the stupid of the lowest class, who cannot be changed. 第四章子之武臣，闻弦歌之声。夫子莞尔而笑曰：歌姬焉用牛刀？子游对曰：昔者言也。闻诸夫子曰：君子学道则爱人，小人学道则易时也。子曰：二三子，言之言是也，前言戏之耳。Chapter 4. The Master, having come to Wucheng, heard there the sound of stringed instruments and singing. Well pleased and smiling, he said, Why use an ox knife to kill a fowl? Tsz yu replied, Formerly, Master, I heard you say, When the man of a high station is well instructed, he loves men. When the man of low station is well instructed, he is easily ruled. The Master said, My disciples, Yan's words are right. What I said was only in sport. 第五章公山佛扰以避叛，召子欲往。子路不悦，曰：莫之也已，何必公山氏之之也？子曰：夫招我者而其徒哉？如有用我者，吾其为东周乎？ Chapter 5. Gongshan Forao, when he was holding pea, and in an attitude of rebellion, invited the Master to visit him, who was rather inclined to go. Tsz lu was displeased, and said, Indeed, you cannot go. Why must you think of going to see Gongshan? The Master said, Can it be without some reason that he has invited me? If any one employ me, may I not make an Eastern Zhou? 第六章子张问仁于孔子， 孔子曰：能行五者，于天下为仁矣。请问之。曰：恭、宽、信、敏、惠。恭则不武，宽则得众，信则人任焉，敏则有功，惠则足以使人。Chapter 6. Tsze Zhang asked Confucius about perfect virtue. Confucius said, to be able to practice 5 things everywhere under heaven constitutes perfect virtue. He begged to ask what they were, and was told, gravity, generosity of soul, sincerity, earnestness, and kindness. If you are grave, you will not be treated with disrespect. If you are generous, you will win all. If you are sincere, people will repose trust in you. If you are earnest, you will accomplish much. If you are kind, this will enable you to employ the services of others. 第7章，必奚招，子欲往。子路曰：昔者有也，闻诸夫子曰：亲于其身，为不善者，君子不入也。必奚以忠谋叛，子之亡也，如之何？子曰：然，有是言也。不曰奸乎，磨而不灵；不曰白乎，啮而不咨。吾其刨瓜也哉，焉能济而不食。Chapter 7. Bi Xi invited him to visit him. The master was inclined to go. Tsze lu said, Master, formerly I have heard you say, when a man in his own person is guilty of doing evil, a superior man will not associate with him. Bi Xi is in rebellion, holding possession of Zhong Mo. If you go to him, what shall be said? The master said, Yes, I did use these words. But is it not said that, if a thing be really hard, it may be ground without being made thin? Is it not said that, if a thing be really white, it may be steeped in a dark fluid without being made black? I am a bitter gourd. How can I be hung up out of the way of being eaten? 第8章，子曰：有也，汝闻六言六必一乎？对曰：未也。居无欲汝。好人不好学，其必也愚；好智不好学，其必也当；好信不好学，其必也贼；好直不好学，其必也狡；好勇不好学，其必也乱；好刚不好学，其必也狂。Chapter 8. The master said, Yu, have you heard the 6 words to which are attached 6 becloudings? Yu replied, I have not. Sit down, and I will tell them to you. There is the love of being benevolent without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to a foolish simplicity. There is the love of knowing without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to dissipation of mind. There is the love of being sincere without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to an injurious disregard of consequences. There is the love of straightforwardness without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to rudeness. There is the love of boldness without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to insubordination. There is the love of firmness without the love of learning. The beclouding here leads to extravagant conduct. 第9章，子曰：小子，何莫学夫诗？诗可以兴，可以观，可以群，可以苑。耳之视父，远之视君，多至于鸟兽草木之名。Chapter 9. The master said, My children, why do you not study the book of poetry? The odes serve to stimulate the mind. They may be used for purposes of self-contemplation. They teach the art of sociability. They show how to regulate feelings of resentment. From them you learn the more immediate duty of serving one's father and the remoter one of serving one's prince. From them we become largely acquainted with the names of birds, beasts, and plants. 第10章，子谓伯鱼曰：汝为周南昭南一乎？人而不为周南昭南，其由正强面而立也与？ Chapter 10. The master said to Bo Yu, "Do you give yourself to the Chounan and the Zhaonan? The man who has not studied the Chounan and the Zhaonan is like one who stands with his face right against a wall. Is he not so?" 11章 子曰：礼云，礼云，玉帛云乎哉？乐云，乐云，钟鼓云乎哉？ Chapter 11. The master said, "It is according to the rules of propriety, they say. It is according to the rules of propriety, they say, are gems and silk all that is meant by propriety? It is music, they say. It is music, they say. Are bells and drums all that is meant by music?" 12章 子曰：色厉而内荏，譬诸小人，其有川渝之道也与？ Chapter 12. The master said, "He who puts on an appearance of stern firmness, while inwardly he is weak, is like one of the small, mean people. Yea, is he not like the thief who breaks through or climbs over a wall?" 13章 子曰：乡愿，德之贼也。 Chapter 13. The master said, "Your good, careful people of the villages are the thieves of virtue." 14章 子曰：道听而图说，德之器也。 Chapter 14. The master said, "To tell as we go along what we have heard on the way is to cast away our virtue." 15章 子曰：彼夫可与事君也与哉？其未得之也，患得之；既得之，患失之。苟患失之，无所不至矣。 Chapter 15. The master said, "There are those mean creatures. How impossible it is along with them to serve one's prince! While they have not got their aims, their anxiety is how to get them. When they have got them, their anxiety is lest they should lose them. When they are anxious lest such things should be lost, there is nothing to which they will not proceed." 16章 子曰：古者，民有三急，今也或是之无也。古之狂也肆，今之狂也大。古之今也廉，今之今也愤佞。古之愚也直，今之愚也诈而已矣。 Chapter 16. The master said, "Anciently men had three failings, which now perhaps are not to be found. The high-mindedness of antiquity showed itself in a disregard of small things. The high-mindedness of the present day shows itself in wild license. The stern dignity of antiquity showed itself in grave reserve. The stern dignity of the present day shows itself in quarrelsome perverseness. The stupidity of antiquity showed itself in straightforwardness. The stupidity of the present day shows itself in sheer deceit." 17章 子曰：巧言令色，鲜矣仁。 Chapter 17. The master said, "Fine words and an insinuating appearance are seldom associated with virtue." 18章 子曰：吾子之夺诸也，吾正身之乱雅乐也，吾利口之富邦家者。 Chapter 18. The master said, "I hate the manner in which purple takes away the luster of vermilion. I hate the way in which the songs of Ch'ing confound the music of the Ya. I hate those who with their sharp mouths overthrow kingdoms and families." 19章 子曰：余欲无言。 子贡曰：子如不言，则小子何述焉？ 子曰：天何言哉？四时行焉，百物生焉，天何言哉？ Chapter 19. The master said, "I would prefer not speaking." Tsz kung said, "If you, master, do not speak, what shall we, your disciples, have to record?" The master said, "Does heaven speak? The four seasons pursue their courses, and all things are continually being produced. But does heaven say anything?" 20章 如悲遇见孔子，孔子辞以疾。将命者出户，取色而歌，使之闻之。 Chapter 20. Ru Bei wished to see Confucius, but Confucius declined, on the ground of being sick, to see him. When the bearer of this message went out at the door, the master took his lute and sang to it, in order that Bei might hear him. 21章宰我问三年之丧期已久矣。君子3年不为礼，礼必坏；3年不为乐，乐必崩。旧古既没，新古既生，钻髓改火，期可以矣。子曰：是夫道，一夫谨，于汝安乎？曰：安。汝安则为之。夫君子之居丧，视之不甘，闻乐不乐，居处不安，故不为也。今汝安则为之。宰我出。子曰：愚之不仁也。子生3年，然后免于父母之怀。夫3年之丧，天下之通丧也。愚也，有3年之爱于其父母乎？Chapter 21. 宰我 asked about the 3 years' mourning for parents, saying that 1 year was long enough. If the superior man, said he, abstains for 3 years from the observances of propriety, those observances will be quite lost. If for 3 years he abstains from music, music will be ruined. Within a year the old grain is exhausted, and the new grain has sprung up, and in procuring fire by friction we go through all the changes of wood for that purpose. After a complete year, the mourning may stop. The master said, if you were, after a year, to eat good rice and wear embroidered clothes, would you feel at ease? I should, replied Wo. The master said, if you can feel at ease, do it. But a superior man, during the whole period of mourning, does not enjoy pleasant food which he may eat, nor derive pleasure from music which he may hear. He also does not feel at ease, if he is comfortably lodged. Therefore he does not do what you propose. But now you feel at ease, and may do it. Tsai Wo then went out, and the master said, this shows Yu's want of virtue. It is not till a child is 3 years old that it is allowed to leave the arms of its parents. And the 3 years' mourning is universally observed throughout the empire. Did Yu enjoy the 3 years' love of his parents? 22章子曰：饱食终日，无所用心，难矣哉！不有博弈者乎？为之犹贤乎矣。Chapter 22. The master said, hard is it to deal with him who will stuff himself with food the whole day, without applying his mind to anything good. Are there not gamesters and chess players? To be one of these would still be better than doing nothing at all. 23章子路曰：君子尚勇乎？子曰：君子义以为上。君子有勇而无义，为乱；小人有勇而无义，为道。Chapter 23. Tsze Lu said, does the superior man esteem valor? The master said, the superior man holds righteousness to be of highest importance. A man in a superior situation, having valor without righteousness, will be guilty of insubordination. One of the lower people, having valor without righteousness, will commit robbery. 24章子贡曰：君子亦有恶乎？子曰：有恶。勿称人之恶者，勿居下流而善上者，勿勇而无礼者，勿果敢而智者。曰：次也亦有恶乎？勿矫以为智者，勿不逊以为勇者，勿洁以为直者。Chapter 24. Tsze Kung said, has the superior man his hatreds also? The master said, he has his hatreds. He hates those who proclaim the evil of others. He hates the man who, being in a low station, slanders his superiors. He hates those who have valor merely, and are unobservant of propriety. He hates those who are forward and determined, and at the same time of contracted understanding. The master then inquired, Tsze, have you also your hatreds? Tsz-kung replied, I hate those who pry out matters and ascribe the knowledge to their wisdom. I hate those who are only not modest and think that they are valorous. I hate those who make known secrets and think that they are straightforward. 25章，子曰：唯女子与小人为难养也。近之则不逊，远之则怨。Chapter 25. The Master said, Of all people, girls and servants are the most difficult to behave to. If you are familiar with them, they lose their humility. If you maintain a reserve towards them, they are discontented. 26章，子曰：年40而见恶焉，其中也矣。Chapter 26. The Master said, When a man at 40 is the object of dislike, he will always continue what he is. End of Book 17. Recording by Li Jing. Book 18 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 微子第18 Book 18 微子第一章微子去之，箕子为之奴，比干见而死。孔子曰：应有三人焉。Chapter 1. The Viscount of Wei withdrew from the court. The Viscount of Ji became a slave to Zhou. Bi Gan remonstrated with him and died. Confucius said, The Yin dynasty possessed these three men of virtue. 第二章，柳下惠为士师，三处。人曰：子未可以去乎？曰：直道而事人，焉往而不三处？枉道而事人，何必去父母之邦？ Chapter 2. Hui of Liuxia, being chief criminal judge, was thrice dismissed from his office. Someone said to him, Is it not yet time for you, sir, to leave this? He replied, Serving men in an upright way, where should I go to and not experience such a thrice repeated dismissal? If I choose to serve men in a crooked way, what necessity is there for me to leave the country of my parents? 第三章，齐景公待孔子曰：若济世，则吾不能，以季孟之间待之。曰：吾老矣，不能用也。孔子行。Chapter 3. The Duke Jing of Qi, with reference to the manner in which he should treat Confucius, said, I cannot treat him as I would the chief of the Ji family. I will treat him in a manner between that accorded to the chief of the Ji and that given to the chief of the Mang family. He also said, I am old, I cannot use his doctrines. Confucius took his departure. 第四章，齐人馈女乐，季桓子受之，3日不朝。孔子行。Chapter 4. The people of Qi sent to Lu a present of female musicians, which Ji Huan received, and for 3 days no court was held. Confucius took his departure. 第五章，楚狂皆与歌而过孔子，曰：凤兮凤兮，何德之衰！往者不可见，来者犹可追。已而已而，今之从政者殆耳。孔子下，欲与之言，趋而避之，不得与之言。Chapter 5. The madman of Chu, Jie passed by Confucius, singing and saying, O Feng, O Feng, how is your virtue degenerated! As to the past, reproof is useless, but the future may still be provided against. Give up your vain pursuit, give up your vain pursuit. Peril awaits those who now engage in affairs of government. Confucius alighted, and wished to converse with him, but Jie Yu hastened away, so that he could not talk with him. 第六章，长居节逆，偶而根。孔子过之，使子路问经言。长居曰：夫执愚者为谁？ 子路曰：为孔丘。曰：是鲁孔丘于？曰：是也。曰：是之今矣。问于桀逆。桀逆曰：子为谁？曰：为仲由。曰：是孔丘之徒于？对曰：然。曰：滔滔者，天下皆是也，而谁以易之？且而与其从辟人之事也，且而与其从蔽人之事也，其若从蔽士之事哉？忧而不辍。子路行以告。夫子武然曰：鸟兽不可与同群，吾非斯人之徒与，而谁与？天下有道，丘不与易也。Chapter 6. Changju and Jiani were at work in a field together when Confucius passed by them and sent Tsz lu to inquire for the ford. Changju said, who is he that holds the reins in the carriage there? Tsz lu told him, it is K'ung Chiu. Is it not K'ung Chiu of Lù? Asked he. Yes, was the reply, to which the other rejoined, he knows the ford. Tsz lu then inquired of Jiani, who said to him, who are you, sir? He answered, I am Zhong Yu. Are you not the disciple of K'ung Chiu of Lu? Asked the other. I am, replied he, and then Jiani said to him, disorder, like a swelling flood, spreads over the whole empire, and who is he that will change its state for you? Then follow one who merely withdraws from this one and that one. Had you not better follow those who have withdrawn from the world altogether? With this he fell to covering up the seed, and proceeded with his work without stopping. Tsz lu went and reported their remarks, when the master observed with a sigh, it is impossible to associate with birds and beasts, as if they were the same with us. If I associate not with these people, with mankind, with whom should I associate? If right principles prevailed through the empire, there would be no use for me to change its state. 第7章，子路从而后，遇丈人，以杖喝吊。子路问曰：子见夫子乎？丈人曰：四体不勤，五谷不分，孰为夫子？执其杖而云。子路拱而立。执子路宿，杀鸡为鼠而饲之，见其二子焉。明日，子路行以告。子曰：迎者也。使子路反见之。至则行矣。子路曰：不是无益。长幼之节不可废也。君臣之义，如之何其废之？欲竭其身而乱大伦。君子之事也，行其义也。道之不行，以知之矣。Chapter 7. Tsz lu, following the master, happened to fall behind, when he met an old man, carrying across his shoulder on a staff a basket for weeds. Tsz lu said to him, have you seen my master, sir? The old man replied, your 4 limbs are unaccustomed to toil. You cannot distinguish the 5 kinds of grain. Who is your master? With this, he planted his staff in the ground, and proceeded to weed. Tsz lu joined his hands across his breast, and stood before him. The old man kept Tsz lu to pass the night in his house, killed a fowl, prepared millet, and feasted him. He also introduced to him his 2 sons. Next day, Tsz lu went on his way, and reported his adventure. The master said, he is a recluse, and sent Tsz lu back to see him again, but when he got to the place, the old man was gone. Tsz lu then said to the family, not to take office is not righteous. If the relations between old and young may not be neglected, how is it that he sets aside the duties that should be observed between sovereign and minister? Wishing to maintain his personal purity, he allows that great relation to come to confusion. A superior man takes office, and performs the righteous duties belonging to it. As to the failure of right principles to make progress, he is aware of that. 第8章，佚名。伯夷、叔齐、于仲、夷义、朱张、柳下惠、少年。 子曰：不降其志，不辱其身，伯夷叔其语。谓柳下惠，少年。降志辱身矣，言中伦，行中律，其斯而已矣。谓于仲，一义。隐居放言，身中轻，肺中全。我则异于事，无可无不可。Chapter 8. The men who have retired to privacy from the world have been 伯夷、叔齐、于仲、一义、朱张, Hui of Liu Xia, and Shao Lian. The master said, refusing to surrender their wills, or to submit to any taint in their persons. Such, I think, were Bo Yi and Shu Qi. It may be said of Hui of Liu Xia and of Shao Lian that they surrendered their wills, and submitted to taint in their persons. But their words corresponded with reason, and their actions were such as men are anxious to see. This is all that is to be remarked in them. It may be said of Yu Zhong and Yi Yi that, while they hid themselves in their seclusion, they gave a license to their words. But in their persons they succeeded in preserving their purity, and in their retirement they acted according to the exigency of the times. I am different from all these. I have no course for which I am predetermined, and no course against which I am predetermined. 第9章，太师治是齐，雅饭干是楚，三饭辽是蔡，四饭缺是秦，古方书入于河，波涛舞入于汉，少师阳击庆香入于海。Chapter 9. The grand music master, Zhi, went to Qi. Gan, the master of the band at the second meal, went to Chu. Liao, the bandmaster at the third meal, went to Cai. Quan, the bandmaster at the fourth meal, went to Qin. Fang Shu, the drum master, withdrew to the north of the river. Wu, the master of the hand drum, withdrew to the Han. Yang, the assistant music master, and Xiang, master of the musical stone, withdrew to an island in the sea. 第10章，周公谓鲁公曰：君子不失其亲，不使大臣怨乎不已。故旧无大故，则不弃也。无求备于一人。Chapter 10. The Duke of Zhou addressed his son, the Duke of Lu, saying, The virtuous prince does not neglect his relations. He does not cause the great ministers to repine at his not employing them. Without some great cause he does not dismiss from their offices the members of old families. He does not seek in one man talents for every employment. 11章，周有八士：伯达、伯士、仲突、仲忽、叔夜、叔夏、季随、季瓜。Chapter 11. To Zhou belonged the 8 officers: 伯达、伯士、仲突、仲忽、叔夜、叔夏、季随 and 季瓜。End of Book 18. Recording by Li Jing. Book 19 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 子章第19 Book 19 子章第1章，子章曰：士，见微知命，见得思义，祭思敬，丧思哀，其可以矣。Chapter 1. Tsze chang said, The scholar, trained for public duty, seeing threatening danger, is prepared to sacrifice his life. When the opportunity of gain is presented to him, he thinks of righteousness. In sacrificing, his thoughts are reverential. In mourning, his thoughts are about the grief which he should feel. Such a man commands our approbation indeed. 第2章，子章曰：直德不弘，信道不笃，焉能为有，焉能为无。Chapter 2. Tsze chang said, When a man holds fast to virtue, but without seeking to enlarge it, and believes right principles, but without firm sincerity, what account can be made of his existence or non-existence? 第三章，子夏之门人问交于子张。子张曰：子夏云何？对曰：子夏曰：可者于之，其不可者拒之。子张曰：异乎无所闻。君子尊贤而容众，加善而今不能。我之大贤于人何所不容？我之不贤于人将惧我，如之何其惧人也。 Chapter 3. The disciples of Tsze asked Tsze about the principles that should characterize mutual intercourse. Tsze asked, what does Tsze say on the subject? They replied, Tsze says, associate with those who can advantage you, put away from you those who cannot do so. Tsze observed, this is different from what I have learned. The superior man honors the talented and virtuous, and bears with all. He praises the good and pities the incompetent. Am I possessed of great talents and virtue? Who is there among men whom I will not bear with? Am I devoid of talents and virtue? Men will put me away from them. What have we to do with the putting away of others? 第四章，子夏曰：虽小道，必有可观者焉。知远恐泥，是以君子不为也。 Chapter 4. Tsze said, even in inferior studies and employments there is something worth being looked at. But if it be attempted to carry them out to what is remote, there is a danger of their proving inapplicable. Therefore the superior man does not practice them. 第五章，子夏曰：日知其所无，月无忘其所能，可谓好学也已矣。 Chapter 5. Tsze said, he who from day to day recognizes what he has not yet, and from month to month does not forget what he has attained to, may be said indeed to love to learn. 第六章，子夏曰：博学而笃志，切问而静思，人在其中矣。 Chapter 6. Tsze said, they are learning extensively and having a firm and sincere aim, inquiring with earnestness and reflecting with self-application. Virtue is in such a course. 第七章，子夏曰：百工居肆，以成其事；君子学以致其道。 Chapter 7. Tsze said, mechanics have their shops to dwell in order to accomplish their works. The superior man learns in order to reach to the utmost of his principles. 第八章，子夏曰：小人之过也，必闻。 Chapter 8. Tsze said, the mean man is sure to gloss his faults. 第九章，子夏曰：君子有三变，望之俨然，及之也温，听其言也利。 Chapter 9. Tsze said, the superior man undergoes 3 changes. Looked at from a distance, he appears stern. When approached, he is mild. When he is heard to speak, his language is firm and decided. 第十章，子夏曰：君子信而后劳其民，未信则以为利己也；信而后见，未信则以为谤己也。 Chapter 10. Tsze said, the superior man, having obtained their confidence, may then impose labors on his people. If he have not gained their confidence, they will think that he is oppressing them. Having obtained the confidence of his prince, one may then remonstrate with him. If he have not gained his confidence, the prince will think that he is vilifying him. 11章，子夏曰：大德不逾贤，小德出入可也。 Chapter 11. Tsze said, when a person does not transgress the boundary line in the great virtues, he may pass and repass it in the small virtues. 12章，子游曰：子夏之门人小子，当洒扫应对进退，则可矣。亦莫也， 本之则无，如之何？子夏闻之曰：哎，言犹过矣。君子之道，孰先传焉？孰后倦焉？辟诸草木，趋以别矣。君子之道，焉可污也？有始有足者，其为圣人乎？ Chapter 12. Tsz yu said, the disciples and followers of Tsz hia, in sprinkling and sweeping the ground, in answering and replying, in advancing and receding, are sufficiently accomplished. But these are only the branches of learning, and they are left ignorant of what is essential. How can they be acknowledged as sufficiently taught? Tsz hia heard of the remark and said, Alas! Yen Yu is wrong. According to the way of the superior man in teaching, what departments are there which he considers of prime importance and delivers? What are there which he considers of secondary importance and allows himself to be idle about? But as in the case of plants, which are sorted according to their classes, so he deals with his disciples. How can the way of a superior man be such as to make fools of any of them? Is it not the sage alone who can unite in one the beginning and the consummation of learning? 13章 子夏曰：事而优则学，学而优则仕。 Chapter 13. Tsz hia said, the officer, having discharged all his duties, should devote his leisure to learning. The student, having completed his learning, should apply himself to be an officer. 14章 子游曰：丧至乎哀而止。 Chapter 14. Tsz yu said, mourning, having been carried to the utmost degree of grief, should stop with that. 15章 子游曰：吾有章也，为难能也，然而为人。 Chapter 15. Tsz yu said, my friend Zhang can do things which are hard to be done, but yet he is not perfectly virtuous. 16章 曾子曰：堂堂乎章也，难与并为仁矣。 Chapter 16. The philosopher Tsang said, how imposing is the manner of Zhang! It is difficult along with him to practice virtue. 17章 曾子曰：吾闻诸夫子，人未有自治者也，必也亲丧乎？ Chapter 17. The philosopher Tsang said, I heard this from our master. Men may not have shown what is in them to the full extent, and yet they will be found to do so on occasion of mourning for their parents. 18章 曾子曰：吾闻诸夫子，孟庄子之孝也，其他可能也；其不改父之臣，与父之政，是难能也。 Chapter 18. The philosopher Tsang said, I have heard this from our master. The filial piety of Meng Zhuang, in other matters, was what other men are competent to. But, as seen in his not changing the ministers of his father, nor his father's mode of government, it is difficult to be attained to. 19章 孟氏使杨夫为士师，问于曾子。曾子曰：上失其道，民散，久矣。如得其情，则哀矜而勿喜。 Chapter 19. The chief of the Meng family, having appointed Yang Fu to be chief criminal judge, the latter consulted the philosopher Tsang. Tsang said, the rulers have failed in their duties, and the people consequently have been disorganized for a long time. When you have found out the truth of any accusation, be grieved for and pity them, and do not feel joy at your own ability. 20章 子贡曰：纣之不善，不如士之甚也。是以君子勿居下流，天下之恶皆归焉。 Chapter 20. 子贡 said, Zhou's wickedness was not so great as that name implies. Therefore, the superior man hates to dwell in a low-lying situation, where all the evil of the world will flow in upon him. 21章 子贡曰：君子之过也，如日月之食焉。过也，人皆见之；耕也，人皆养之。 Chapter 21. Tsz-kung said, "The faults of the superior man are like the eclipses of the sun and the moon. He has his faults, and all men see them. He changes again, and all men look up to him." 22章，谓公孙朝问于子贡曰：“仲尼焉学？”子贡曰：“文武之道，未坠于地，在人。贤者治其大者，不贤者治其小者，莫不有文武之道焉。夫子焉不学，而亦何常师之有？” Chapter 22. 公孙朝 of Wei asked Tsz-kung, saying, "From whom did Zhong Ni get his learning?" Tsz-kung replied, "The doctrines of Wen and Wu have not yet fallen to the ground. They are to be found among men. Men of talents and virtue remember the greater principles of them, and others, not possessing such talents and virtue, remember the smaller. Thus all possess the doctrines of Wen and Wu. Where could our master go that he should not have an opportunity of learning them? And yet what necessity was there for his having a regular master?" 23章，叔孙武叔遇大夫于朝曰：“子贡贤于仲尼。”子服景伯以告子贡。子贡曰：“辟之攻强，次之强也，极坚，窥见世家之好。夫子之强，数任不得其门而入，不见宗庙之美，百官之富。得其门者或寡矣，夫子之云，不亦宜乎？” Chapter 23. 叔孙武叔 observed to the great officers in the court, saying, "Tsz-kung is superior to Zhong Ni." Tsz-fu Jing-po reported the observation to Tsz-kung, who said, "Let me use the comparison of a house and its encompassing wall. My wall only reaches to the shoulders. One may peep over it, and see whatever is valuable in the apartments. The wall of my master is several fathoms high. If one do not find the door and enter by it, he cannot see the ancestral temple with its beauties, nor all the officers in their rich array. But I may assume that there are few who find the door. Was not the observation of the chief only what might have been expected?" 24章，叔孙武叔毁仲尼。子贡曰：“吾以为也。仲尼不可毁也。他人之贤者，丘陵也，犹可喻也。仲尼日月也，无德而喻焉。人虽欲自觉，其何伤于日月乎？多见其不知量也。” Chapter 24. 叔孙武叔 having spoken revilingly of Zhong Ni, Tsz-kung said, "It is of no use doing so. Zhong Ni cannot be reviled. The talents and virtue of other men are hillocks and mounds which may be stepped over. Zhong Ni is the sun or moon, which it is not possible to step over. Although a man may wish to cut himself off from the sage, what harm can he do to the sun or moon? He only shows that he does not know his own capacity." 25章，陈子勤谓子贡曰：“子为公也，仲尼其贤于子乎？”子贡曰：“君子一言以为智，一言以为不智。言不可不慎也。夫子之不可及也，有天之不可接而生也。夫子之得邦家者，所谓利之思利，道之思行，馁之思来，动之思合。其生也荣，其死也哀，如之何其可及也？” Chapter 25. 陈子勤, addressing Tsz-kung, said, "You are too modest. How can Zhong Ni be said to be superior to you?" Tsz-kung said to him, "For one word a man is often deemed to be wise, and for one word he is often deemed to be foolish. We ought to be careful indeed in what we say. Our master cannot be attained to, just in the same way as the heavens cannot be gone up to by the steps of a stair. Were our master in the position of the ruler of a state or the chief of a family, we should find verified the description which has been given of a sage's rule. He would plant the people, and forthwith they would be established. He would lead them on, and forthwith they would follow him. he would make them happy, and forthwith multitudes would resort to his dominions. He would stimulate them, and forthwith they would be harmonious. While he lived, he would be glorious. When he died, he would be bitterly lamented. How is it possible for him to be attained to? End of Book 19. Recording by Legge. Book 20 of Confucian Analects by Confucius, translated by James Legge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 尧曰第20 Book 20 尧曰第1章尧曰自耳顺天之利数在耳躬永执其中四海困穷天路永中舜亦以命语曰余小子吕敢用玄木敢昭告于皇皇后帝有罪不敢赦地诚不避简在地心正宫有罪无以万方万方有罪罪在正宫周有大赖善人是福虽有周卿不如人人百姓有过在于一人谨权良审法度修废官四方之政行焉兴灭国济绝世举义民天下之民归心焉所重民食丧祭宽则得众信则民任焉敏则有功功则悦 Chapter 1 Yao said, "Oh, Yu Shun, the heaven-determined order of succession now rests in your person. Sincerely hold fast the due mean. If there shall be distress and want within the four seas, the heavenly revenue will come to a perpetual end." Shun also used the same language in giving charge to Yu. Tang said, "I, the child Lü, presume to use a dark-colored victim, and presume to announce to thee, O most great and sovereign God, that the sinner I dare not pardon, and thy ministers, O God, I do not keep in obscurity. The examination of them is by the mind, O God. If, in my person, I commit offences, they are not to be attributed to you, the people of the myriad regions. If you in the myriad regions commit offences, these offences must rest on my person." Chou conferred great gifts, and the good were enriched. Although he has his near relatives, they are not equal to my virtuous men. The people are throwing blame upon me, the one man. He carefully attended to the weights and measures, examined the body of the laws, restored the discarded officers, and the good government of the kingdom took its course. He revived states that had been extinguished, restored families whose line of succession had been broken, and called to office those who had retired into obscurity, so that throughout the kingdom the hearts of the people turned towards him. What he attached chief importance to were the food of the people, the duties of mourning, and sacrifices. By his generosity he won all. By his sincerity he made the people repose trust in him. By his earnest activity his achievements were great. By his justice all were delighted. 第2章子张问孔子曰：“何如斯可以从政矣？”子曰：“尊吾美，秉四恶，斯可以从政矣。”子张曰：“何谓吾美？”子曰：“君子惠而不费，劳而不怨，欲而不贪，泰而不骄，威而不猛。”子张曰：“何谓惠而不费？”子曰：“因民之所利而利之，斯不亦惠而不费乎？则可劳而劳之，有谁怨？与人而得人，又焉贪？君子无众寡，无大小，无敢慢，斯不亦泰而不骄乎？君子正其衣冠，尊其瞻视，俨然人望而畏之，斯不亦威而不猛乎？”子张曰：“何谓四恶？”子曰：“不教而杀谓之掠，不戒事成谓之暴，慢令至期谓之贼， 由之于人也，出纳之令，谓之有司。Chapter 2. Tsz-chang asked Confucius, saying, "In what way should a person in authority act in order that he may conduct government properly?" The Master replied, "Let him honor the 5 excellent, and banish away the 4 bad things. Then may he conduct government properly." Tsz-chang said, "What are meant by the 5 excellent things?" The Master said, "When the person in authority is beneficent without great expenditure, when he lays tasks on the people without their repining, when he pursues what he desires without being covetous, when he maintains a dignified ease without being proud, when he is majestic without being fierce." Tsz-chang said, "What is meant by being beneficent without great expenditure?" The Master replied, "When the person in authority makes more beneficial to the people the things from which they naturally derive benefit, is not this being beneficent without great expenditure? When he chooses the labors which are proper, and makes them labor on them, who will repine? When his desires are set on benevolent government, and he secures it, who will accuse him of covetousness? Whether he has to do with many people or few, or with things great or small, he does not dare to indicate any disrespect. Is not this to maintain a dignified ease without any pride? He adjusts his clothes and cap, and throws a dignity into his looks, so that, thus dignified, he is looked at with awe. Is not this to be majestic without being fierce?" Tsz-chang then asked, "What are meant by the 4 bad things?" The Master said, "To put the people to death without having instructed them. This is called cruelty. To require from them suddenly the full tale of work without having given them warning. This is called oppression. To issue orders as if without urgency at first, and, when the time comes, to insist on them with severity. This is called injury. And, generally, in the giving pay or rewards to men, to do it in a stingy way. This is called acting the part of a mere official." 第3章 子曰：“不知命，无以为君子也；不知礼，无以立也；不知言，无以知人也。” Chapter 3. The Master said, "Without recognizing the ordinances of heaven, it is impossible to be a superior man. Without an acquaintance with the rules of propriety, it is impossible for the character to be established. Without knowing the force of words, it is impossible to know men." End of Book 20. End of Confucian Analects by Confucius. Translated by James Legge. Recording of Li Jing.